Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The Commonwealth dawn broke in hushed reverence, painting the eastern horizon with tentative strokes of amber and rose. Morning mist clung to the valleys between broken hills, transforming the harsh wasteland into something almost ethereal. A solitary figure moved through this gentle transformation, following the remnants of what had once been Highway 95, now reduced to a cracked ribbon of asphalt, partially reclaimed by the wasteland's persistent flora. Senior scribe Cassandra Ellens walked with unhurried purpose, her modified field robes distinguishing her from the typical Brotherhood of Steel soldier. The distinctive emblem of the Order of the Quill adorned her right shoulder, the Brotherhood's scholarly division dedicated to preserving humanity's knowledge rather than its weaponry. Unlike the imposing presence of power-armored knights, Cassandra's appearance suggested wisdom rather than martial strength. Her equipment balanced between practical protection and the symbolic vestments of her calling. The soft leather satchel she carried had been repaired countless times, its surface worn smooth from years of faithful service. Within lay her most precious possession, a handwritten copy of the Brotherhood Codex, meticulously transcribed during her initiation into the Order. The carefully preserved pages contained not just the technical directives that guided their organization, but the underlying philosophy that transformed mere survival into purposeful existence. Cassandra paused atop a gentle rise, surveying the settlement that had emerged gradually from the morning mist below. Riverview represented one of the smaller communities under unofficial Brotherhood protection, too modest to warrant a permanent military presence, but still within their sphere of influence. Simple structures built from salvaged materials clustered around what had once been a pre-war service station, now serving as a community hall where residents gathered for both practical coordination and social connection. Another settlement that needs guidance, she murmured to herself, adjusting the lightweight pack containing her personal necessities. This journey represented her 7th circuit of the Northern Commonwealth settlements this year, a mission she had undertaken voluntarily beyond her standard Brotherhood duties. While the organization's knights secured dangerous technology and scribes preserved technical knowledge, Cassandra had recognized another need among the struggling communities: spiritual sustenance beyond mere physical protection. The Order of the Quill had originally sanctioned her travels as a simple knowledge-gathering mission, documenting settlement conditions, technological capabilities, and potential recruits. But over time, her visits had evolved into something the Brotherhood hierarchy hadn't anticipated, yet tacitly permitted: a ministry of hope centered around the Brotherhood's core philosophy, adapted for those who would never wear their uniform but might still benefit from their guiding principles. As Cassandra descended toward Riverview, she noted subtle changes since her last visit 3 months earlier. New crops sprouted in neatly arranged rows near the settlement's eastern edge. potato plants and mute fruit saplings, suggesting improved agricultural knowledge. The defensive wall had been reinforced with additional metal plating, its construction showing greater sophistication than previous efforts. Most encouraging was the small structure near the central gathering area, a simple building with a distinctive symbol painted above its entrance. The Brotherhood's sword and gears modified with an open book beneath. Jacob Miller, the settlement's leader, spotted her approach and hurried to meet her at the perimeter. His weathered face broke into a genuine smile of welcome, the crow's feet around his eyes deepening with evident relief at her arrival. "Scribelens, we weren't expecting you for another week at least. The courier from Abernathy Farm mentioned you were still at 10 Pines Bluff when he passed through." Cassandra returned his smile with the measured warmth that characterized her interactions, genuine connection tempered by the professional distance her Brotherhood training had instilled. The situation at 10 Pines resolved more quickly than anticipated. Their water purification system merely needed recalibration rather than complete repair. She glanced toward the new building that had captured her attention during approach. "I see you've been busy since my last visit. The chapel appears complete?" Jacob's expression reflected quiet pride as he followed her gaze. "Finished the roof just last week. Nothing fancy, but it gives us a proper place for the readings. Mike has been leading discussions of the Codex sections you left with us, the parts about purpose and preservation. Been good for morale, especially with the younger folks who've never known anything but the Wasteland." This development represented exactly what Cassandra had hoped to nurture through her traveling ministry. Not just technological guidance, but the philosophical foundation that gave the Brotherhood's work meaning. While Elder Maxon might emphasize military discipline and technological control in his addresses from the Pridwen, Cassandra had found that the Codex's deeper wisdom about humanity's relationship with knowledge and responsibility resonated even with those who would never formally join their ranks. "I look forward to joining your discussions," she responded, genuine appreciation warming her typically reserved tone. "The chapel shall be my first destination after I've settled my belongings." The settlement welcomed her with the quiet respect that had developed over her repeated visits. Unlike the wary caution that often greeted power-armored patrols, Cassandra's arrival prompted subtle nods of acknowledgement and occasionally more direct expressions of gratitude. Children watched her passage with curious eyes, too young to understand the Brotherhood's complex history, but aware that her visits brought both practical assistance and the stories that helped make sense of their difficult world. Riverview provided a small cabin for her use during these visits, a courtesy extended from both respect for her Brotherhood status and appreciation for her unique ministry. The simple structure contained only essential furnishings, a bed with relatively clean linens, a desk for her writing and study, and shelves where settlement residents had placed small offerings of preserved food and modest treasures they thought might interest. A scholar, pre-war books salvaged from ruins, unusual mechanical components, or occasionally technical documents beyond their understanding. Cassandra placed her satchel reverently upon the desk, removing the codex and positioning it with careful precision. Her personal ritual never varied during these settlement visits, first establishing her scholarly foundation before engaging with the community. From her pack came additional materials, copies of selected codex passages translated into simpler language, technical diagrams for basic machinery maintenance, and carefully preserved holotapes containing educational programs developed by Brotherhood scribes for settlement education. After arranging her teaching materials, Cassandra allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection, a practice that balanced her outward duties with internal spiritual maintenance. The Brotherhood's quasi-religious aspects were often overshadowed by its military structure and public perception, But for members of the Order of the Quill, the philosophical underpinnings provided essential foundation for their scholarly work. "Knowledge without purpose is as dangerous as ignorance," she recited softly, the familiar words from Elder Lyon's commentary on the Codex centering her thoughts. "Jude, technology without wisdom destroys what it should preserve. We stand as guardians, not merely of devices, but of humanity's better nature." This meditation complete, Cassandra changed from her traveling robes into the more formal attire appropriate for her teaching role, still practical for wasteland conditions, but incorporating symbolic elements that distinguished Order of the Quill ceremonies from routine Brotherhood operations. The medallion she placed around her neck bore the intertwined symbols of knowledge and protection, a book and sword representing the balanced approach she advocated in her ministry. The newly constructed chapel awaited her arrival, its interior surprisingly well appointed, given the settlement's limited resources. Rough-hewn benches had been arranged in semicircular fashion facing a simple lectern. What truly demonstrated the community's commitment were the walls, cleaned to remove wasteland grime and painted with a pale mixture that brightened the space. Someone with artistic talent had adorned the space behind the lectern with a mural depicting the Brotherhood's insignia, modified to emphasize the scroll elements over weaponry. Micah Chen, a former caravan guard who had found purpose as Riverview's unofficial spiritual leader between Cassandra's visits, greeted her with respectful enthusiasm. In his early 50s, Micah had encountered Brotherhood patrols throughout his traveling years and developed genuine appreciation for their organizational principles, even without formal affiliation. "The community has been studying the passages you left during your last visit," he explained, producing a carefully preserved folder containing the Codex excerpts she had provided. The sections on preservation as sacred duty generated particularly meaningful discussions. Even some of our more skeptical residents found value in the core philosophy. Cassandra nodded appreciatively while examining the notes Micah had added to the margins, thoughtful questions and settlement applications that demonstrated genuine engagement rather than mere recitation. This represented the ideal outcome of her ministry, not creating dependency on Brotherhood authority, but nurturing independent thought, guided by their philosophical framework. "You've done excellent work maintaining these discussions," she acknowledged, genuine respect evident in her tone. "The questions your group has raised show precisely the type of reflection the Codex should inspire, not blind acceptance, but thoughtful application to your specific circumstances." As afternoon sunlight filtered through the simple cloth coverings that served as chapel windows, residents began gathering for Cassandra's anticipated address. Unlike the mandatory formations that characterized Brotherhood assemblies, these gatherings remained voluntary, their growing attendance over her successive visits measuring the community's increasing receptiveness to the philosophical guidance she offered alongside practical assistance. The assembled group represented Riverview's diversity, weather-worn farmers whose hands showed the persistent labor of coaxing crops from irradiated soil, security personnel with the vigilant awareness that came from protecting vulnerable communities, parents holding children close as though proximity might shield them from wasteland harshness, their collective attention focused on Cassandra with expectations that transcended mere technological instruction. They sought meaning beyond survival, purpose within hardship. She opened her codex with ritualistic care, the familiar motion centering her thoughts as she prepared to translate Brotherhood philosophy into terms that would resonate beyond their military structure. Her address began not with doctrine, but with acknowledgement of their shared humanity, a connection that transcended organizational boundaries while respecting the distinct roles each served in the Commonwealth's gradual rebuilding. The Wasteland tests not just our bodies but our spirits, she began, her voice carrying the measured cadence that distinguished Brotherhood's ceremonial address from casual communication. Each day asks anew whether we will merely survive or truly live, whether we will succumb to base instinct or uphold the principles that make us more than animals fighting over scarce resources. The gathered settlers listened with respectful attention as Cassandra expanded upon the Brotherhood's core philosophy, not the militant aspects emphasized in their public operations, but the underlying commitment to preserving humanity's achievements while preventing repetition of its greatest failures. She spoke of technology not as power to be hoarded, but as legacy to be protected, knowledge not as personal advantage, but as communal treasure, requiring responsible stewardship. The Great War came not from lack of knowledge, but from its misapplication, she continued, referencing familiar Brotherhood teaching while adapting its delivery for settlement contexts. Humanity possessed unprecedented technological capability, yet insufficient wisdom to guide its use. Today we navigate the consequences of that imbalance, seeking not to simply reclaim technology, but to ensure it serves humanity's elevation rather than its destruction. As she spoke, Cassandra noted the varied responses among her audience, some nodding with immediate understanding, others showing the furrowed brows of those wrestling with complex ideas, a few maintaining the skeptical reserve that characterized wasteland survivors accustomed to distinguishing truth from manipulation. This diversity of response represented not failure, but success in her ministry, encouraging thoughtful consideration rather than uniform acceptance. The Brotherhood exists to prevent repetition of past catastrophe, she explained, carefully navigating the balance between organizational promotion and universal wisdom. But the principles that guide us offer value beyond our formal ranks. Each of you, though not wearing our insignia, may participate in this sacred duty, preserving knowledge that benefits all while safeguarding against technologies that threaten our collective future. As her address concluded, Cassandra opened the discussion for questions, a practice that distinguished her ministry from mere indoctrination. Unlike some Brotherhood representatives who expected unquestioning acceptance of their directives, she recognized that sustainable philosophical adoption required authentic engagement rather than imposed compliance. An older woman named Martha, who tended the settlement's modest medical clinic, raised her hand with the tentative motion of someone unaccustomed to questioning authority. The Brotherhood takes technology from communities that don't know how to use it properly. I understand the danger, but how do we know the difference between what we should keep and what should be surrendered? This question represented exactly the thoughtful engagement Cassandra hoped to nurture. Not simple acceptance, but genuine wrestling with practical application. She acknowledged the question with respectful attention, recognizing its legitimacy rather than dismissing potential criticism of Brotherhood practices. A vital question that cuts to the heart of responsible stewardship, she responded, her tone suggesting collaborative exploration rather than defensive justification. The Codex provides guidance through 3 essential questions. Does the technology preserve life rather than merely destroy it? Can it be maintained without dangerous degradation? Does its use elevate human potential rather than diminishing our essential nature? Technologies failing these tests require the Brotherhood's intervention, not to deprive communities of tools but to protect them from consequences they may not fully anticipate. The discussion continued with increasing participation, residents gaining confidence to voice both practical concerns and philosophical questions about the Brotherhood's teachings. Cassandra guided rather than dominated this exchange, offering codex-based perspective while acknowledging the legitimate adaptations required for settlement contexts different from Brotherhood operations. Arnold's feet caught diagonally, and toward evening the formal gathering gradually shifted toward more personal interactions. Residents approached Cassandra individually, some seeking guidance for specific technical challenges, others pursuing deeper understanding of Brotherhood philosophy, a few simply expressing gratitude for her continued visits, when many Brotherhood members focused exclusively on military objectives rather than settlement support. Among those approaching after the formal session, a young man named Thomas waited patiently until others had departed. His expression suggested internal conflict rather than the practical inquiries that characterized most post-session conversations. When finally able to speak privately, he revealed concerns that transcended typical settlement questions. "I've listened to your teachings about technology requiring wisdom," he began, voice lowered despite the empty chapel. "There's something you should know. A trader came through last week. Not the regular caravan, but someone new. He had pre-war medical equipment, said it came from a hospital north of here, promised it could cure any disease if we got it working again." Thomas hesitated before continuing, clearly wrestling with potential disloyalty to his community versus the responsibility Cassandra's teachings had awakened. "Some of the settlement council members gave him supplies in exchange. They've set up the equipment in a storage building behind the clinic. It makes sounds like nothing I've ever heard, and there's a smell when they run it, like something burning, but different." This information immediately transformed Cassandra's ministry role into her more official Brotherhood capacity. Unidentified pre-war medical technology, potentially hazardous, operating without proper understanding, exactly the scenario the Brotherhood existed to address. Yet her response required careful calibration, maintaining the trust she had built through her ministry while fulfilling her organizational responsibility to secure dangerous technology. "You've done right in sharing this information," she assured Thomas, her tone balancing appreciation with appropriate concern. "Unknown medical technology can present dangers beyond immediate perception. Radiation leakage, biological contamination, or unintended physiological effects. The Brotherhood's concern isn't control for its own sake, but protection against harm that may not become apparent until significant damage has occurred." Thomas nodded with evident relief that his disclosure had been received as responsible reporting rather than community betrayal. "They're planning to use it tomorrow for the first time. Marta's grandson has had breathing problems since birth. They think this machine might cure him completely." This timeline created immediate urgency, yet Cassandra recognized that her response would significantly impact not just this situation, but the community's entire relationship with Brotherhood philosophy. Forceful intervention might secure the technology, but undermine the trust her ministry had carefully cultivated. Inaction might preserve immediate harmony while potentially allowing dangerous technology to harm the very people she sought to protect. "I would like to examine this equipment before its use," she stated with calm authority that suggested reasonable precaution rather than suspicious interference. Not to prevent its beneficial application, but to ensure it functions as intended without unintended consequences. The Brotherhood's experience with pre-war medical technology might identify necessary calibrations or safety protocols overlooked in the trader's instruction. Thomas agreed to introduce her to the council members responsible for the acquisition, his expression showing the relief of shared responsibility. As they walked through the settlement toward the storage building, evening shadows lengthened across Riverview. the pastoral tranquility contrasting with Cassandra's internal alertness regarding the potential technological threat. Jacob Miller and 2 other council members stood outside the storage structure, their expressions shifting from welcome to wary concern as Thomas explained Cassandra's interest in examining their recent acquisition. The subtle defensiveness in their posture suggested the complex relationship even sympathetic settlements maintained with the Brotherhood. Appreciation for protection alongside wariness of technological restrictions. "We meant to discuss this with you," Jacob offered, discomfort evident in his typically forthright manner. "The equipment represents significant investment for our community." The trader provided operational instructions and assured us it was designed for safe civilian use before the war. Cassandra maintained her diplomatic balance, acknowledging their autonomy while emphasizing her genuine concern for their welfare. "I have no intention of confiscating equipment that serves legitimate medical purposes. The Brotherhood's experience with pre-war medical technology might offer insights ensuring optimal operation and safety for young Aaron. My examination serves your interests as much as Brotherhood protocols." This framing, assistance rather than intervention, softened their resistance sufficiently to permit her entry to the storage room where the equipment had been established. The moment Cassandra saw the apparatus, her specialized training in pre-war medical technology triggered immediate recognition and concern. The distinctive configuration and warning labels, partially obscured by centuries of wear, identified it not as general medical equipment but as a highly specialized radiation treatment device designed for targeted cancer therapy in pre-war hospitals. "This equipment requires careful handling," she explained, maintaining calm professionalism despite her internal alarm at its potential misuse. "It's designed for very specific medical applications involving controlled radiation exposure to treat certain conditions. Using it without proper understanding could cause significant harm rather than healing." Jacob's expression shifted from defensive to concerned as the implications registered. The trader said it was a general healing device, that the energy it produced would strengthen any weakened tissues. He demonstrated using a dosimeter that showed radiation readings, said that was proof it was working properly. Cassandra recognized the classic deception pattern used by unscrupulous wasteland traders, presenting dangerous technology as miraculous healing equipment, demonstrating hazardous operation as evidence of effectiveness, then departing before consequences manifested. Her Brotherhood training provided technical understanding of the immediate danger, while her ministerial approach guided her response to maintain community trust, rather than emphasizing their mistake. "This device produces targeted radiation that, in pre-war medical settings, would be precisely calibrated to affect specific tissue types under carefully controlled conditions," she explained, pointing to the warning labels and technical specifications visible on the equipment housing. For Aaron's respiratory condition, exposure could cause significant tissue damage rather than improvement. The radiation readings weren't showing effective operation, but potential danger. The council members exchanged troubled glances as the implications registered. Not just potential harm to Martha's grandson, but the community resources expended for equipment that threatened rather than helped. Their expressions showed the characteristic mixture of wasteland emotions: anger at being deceived, relief at narrow escape from unknown consequences, and the resignation of those accustomed to hardship, even in moments of apparent opportunity. "Can it be modified for safe use?" one of the councillors asked, understandable reluctance to abandon their investment evident in his tone. Cassandra provided her assessment with honest compassion rather than superiority or judgment. This specific technology requires extensive specialized knowledge and calibration equipment not readily available in settlement conditions. Its safe operation would demand resources beyond what Riverview can currently support. She paused, acknowledging the disappointment this reality represented. However, the Brotherhood maintains medical facilities where similar therapeutic approaches are utilized under proper conditions. We might arrange evaluation of Aaron's condition by our medical scribes to determine appropriate treatment options. This offering practical assistance rather than mere prohibition transformed potential resentment into cautious appreciation. The Council's response demonstrated the effectiveness of Cassandra's balanced approach, accepting the technological assessment while maintaining their community dignity rather than feeling diminished by Brotherhood intervention. As the situation resolved into practical arrangements for both securing the dangerous equipment and facilitating medical consultation for Martha's grandson, the settlement's relationship with Brotherhood philosophy deepened through practical application rather than abstract teaching. The council members witnessed firsthand the wisdom underlying technological restrictions. Not arbitrary control, but protection, based on specialized knowledge they recognized as beyond their current capabilities. Later that evening, after confirming arrangements for Brotherhood transport of the radiation equipment and documenting the trader's description for security alerts to other settlements, Cassandra returned to the chapel for a period of quiet reflection. The day's events had demonstrated both the progress of her philosophical ministry and its practical application beyond ceremonial teaching. Community members applying Codex principles to recognize and address technological danger through appropriate channels rather than resentful compliance with imposed restriction. Micah joined her as twilight deepened into true night, the chapel illuminated by the gentle glow of candles rather than harsh electric lighting. His expression reflected the day's emotional journey, concern at the narrowly avoided danger, appreciation for intervention without condemnation, and deeper understanding of the Brotherhood's protective purpose beyond mere technological hoarding. Today gave meaning to your teachings about wisdom guiding knowledge, he observed, settling onto the bench beside her with the comfortable familiarity of a fellow seeker rather than subordinate follower. The council members understood the difference between restriction for control versus protection for welfare. That understanding means more than any confiscated technology. Cassandra acknowledged this insight with appreciative recognition of its significance. In many ways, this outcome represented the ideal fulfillment of her traveling ministry, not creating dependency on Brotherhood authority, but nurturing discernment that would serve the community even in her absence. The settlement had not simply received Brotherhood protection, but internalized the principles that would guide their technological interactions beyond specific interventions. The Codex teaches that our duty extends beyond securing technology to nurturing wisdom, she responded, sharing from her personal understanding rather than formal doctrine. Without cultivation of judgment among Commonwealth communities, the Brotherhood would face endless cycles of intervention, rather than building sustainable technological responsibility. The conversation continued as night fully claimed the Commonwealth, stars emerging in patterns unchanged by the nuclear devastation that had transformed the world below. The chapel's simple structure created a space of peace amid wasteland uncertainty, not through ignorance of surrounding dangers, but through purposeful community centered around enduring principles that transcended immediate hardship. The following morning brought renewed activity to Riverview as residents prepared for the arrival of Brotherhood representatives who would transport the radiation equipment and evaluate young Aaron's medical needs. Unlike the tension that sometimes accompanied official Brotherhood presence in settlements, The atmosphere reflected collaborative purpose, shared responsibility for addressing technological challenges through combined resources rather than unilateral intervention. Cassandra observed these preparations with quiet satisfaction while conducting her morning devotions from the Codex. Yesterday's events had transformed abstract teaching into lived experience, demonstrating the Brotherhood's protective purpose through practical application rather than theoretical instruction. The settlement's response, gratitude without subservience, respect without fear, represented the balanced relationship her ministry sought to nurture throughout Commonwealth community. As sunrise fully illuminated Riverview, Cassandra gathered her teaching materials and prepared for the day's scheduled discussions. The radiation equipment incident would undoubtedly influence these conversations, providing concrete example for philosophical principles that might otherwise remain abstract. Some such integration of lived experience with Codex wisdom represented the most effective approach to her unique ministry. Neither purely theoretical nor merely practical, but balanced between Brotherhood doctrine and settlement application. The distinctive sound of vertibird rotors announced the arrival of the Brotherhood representatives earlier than anticipated. Residents paused in their morning activities, watching the aircraft's approach with the complex mixture of emotions that characterized Commonwealth attitudes toward Brotherhood presence. Appreciation for security alongside wariness of military power. Respect for technological capability tempered by independence preservation. Knight Captain Drayson led the small detachment that disembarked from the vertibird, and Officer Cassandra New respected her ministry even while maintaining stricter adherence to traditional Brotherhood protocols. His power armor gleamed in the morning sunlight, maintained to the exacting standards that characterized Brotherhood discipline. Yet his approach to settlement residents showed the measured respect that distinguished effective representatives from those who created unnecessary friction through excessive authority display. Scribe Ellens, he acknowledged her presence with appropriate professional courtesy. Elder Maxon sends his regards and appreciation for your identification of potentially hazardous technology. The Proctor was particularly concerned about radiation equipment circulating among settlements without proper handling protocols. Cassandra reciprocated his formal greeting while guiding him toward the storage building where the equipment awaited secure transport. The situation was resolved through collaborative discussion rather than enforced compliance. Settlement leadership recognized the hazard once provided with appropriate technical context. Their cooperation represents successful implementation of Brotherhood educational initiatives regarding technological discernment. This framing, emphasizing educational success rather than intervention necessity, supported her broader ministerial approach while satisfying official reporting requirements. Knight Captain Drayson acknowledged this diplomatic presentation with subtle appreciation, recognizing its value in maintaining productive settlement relations beyond immediate equipment recovery. As Brotherhood technical personnel secured the radiation device for transport, while medical scribes examined Martha's grandson with professional thoroughness, Cassandra observed the interaction between her regular ministry audience and the official Brotherhood representatives, rather than the uncomfortable separation that often characterized such encounters. Community members engaged with respectful curiosity, asking informed questions about equipment safety, discussing technological discernment principles, even sharing local observations that might contain valuable intelligence regarding the unscrupulous traders' movements. This integration represented the successful bridge her traveling ministry had constructed, connecting Brotherhood purpose with settlement welfare through shared philosophical foundation rather than merely imposed authority. The radiation incident, potentially divisive under different circumstances, had instead strengthened this connection through practical demonstration of protective purpose rather than controlling restriction. When the Brotherhood detachment prepared for departure several hours later, medical evaluation complete with arrangements for Aaron's treatment at Cambridge Station facilities, radiation equipment secured for proper containment at Brotherhood technical divisions, the settlement's response reflected not mere compliance, but collaborative partnership. Residents gathered to observe the departure with expressions of appreciation rather than relief, the distinction subtle but significant in measuring their relationship with Brotherhood presence. Knight Captain Drayson approached Cassandra before boarding the vertibird, his formal manner slightly relaxed now that official duties had been completed. "Your work here is evident in ways that extend beyond immediate technological security," he observed, professional assessment acknowledging her ministry's value even within traditional Brotherhood metrics. Diaz settlers understand our purpose beyond surface interactions. That understanding serves Brotherhood objectives more effectively than mere compliance. The Codex teaches that lasting preservation requires shared understanding, not simply secured technology, she responded, referencing the philosophical foundation that united their different approaches to Brotherhood service. When communities internalize discernment principles, they become partners in our mission rather than merely those we protect. As the vertibird departed with its carefully secured technological cargo, Cassandra returned to the chapel where settlement residents had already begun gathering for the day's scheduled discussion. The benches filled more completely than previous sessions, the radiation incident having demonstrated practical application of the philosophical principles she had been teaching over successive visits. Faces that had previously shown polite attention now displayed engaged interest. Personal experience having transformed abstract teaching into relevant wisdom. Cassandra opened her codex with the same ceremonial care that began all her addresses, but today's scripture selection held particular resonance, given recent events. The passage addressed not technological restriction, but discernment development, the cultivation of wisdom that enabled proper relationship with knowledge, rather than either fearful rejection or reckless embrace. Technology without wisdom becomes not servant but master, she read, the ancient words finding immediate relevance in yesterday's experience. Not all that can be used should be used. Not all that functions serves. Discernment distinguishes preservation from destruction more surely than mere capability or intention. As her address continued, weaving Brotherhood philosophy with practical application demonstrated through the radiation equipment incident, Cassandra observed the deepened reception among her audience. Their expressions showed not merely respectful attention, but personal connection, the teachings relating directly to experienced reality rather than abstract possibility. Questions followed with greater confidence and specificity. Discussions developed among residents rather than requiring her constant guidance. Applications extended beyond the immediate example to other technological encounters they anticipated in their community's development. This progression represented the ministry's ultimate purpose, not creating dependency on Brotherhood instruction, but nurturing independent discernment guided by shared philosophical foundation. The settlement was developing not just technical capability under Brotherhood guidance, but the wisdom framework that would govern that capability's application toward human flourishing rather than potential self-destruction. As evening approached and Cassandra completed her day's ministry activities, she found herself walking the settlement perimeter in thoughtful reflection. The Commonwealth stretched before her in golden late afternoon light, a broken landscape gradually yielding to human reclamation, guided by principles that might prevent repetition of past catastrophe. Her traveling ministry represented one small contribution to this redemptive possibility, connecting Brotherhood philosophy to practical community wisdom that could sustain technological responsibility beyond direct oversight. From the chapel behind her came the sound of settlers gathering for evening discussions, continuing exploration of Codex principles now under Micah's leadership, rather than requiring her direct guidance. This independent continuation represented the ministry's success more surely than any formal metrics or recovered technology. The Brotherhood secured dangerous devices, but her work helped secure the understanding that made such intervention increasingly unnecessary, through prevention rather than correction. Tomorrow would bring continued teaching before her journey to the next settlement on her circuit, another community seeking not just technological assistance, but the philosophical framework that transformed mere survival into purposeful existence. The Brotherhood's knights would secure dangerous technology through strength of arms, its scribes through preservation of knowledge. Her unique contribution, bridging official doctrine with community application, served their shared mission through cultivation of wisdom that might ultimately prevent another fall, rather than merely surviving its aftermath. As the last light of day transformed distant ruins into silhouettes against the darkening sky, Cassandra returned to her modest cabin to prepare tomorrow's teachings. The Codex lay open upon her desk, ancient wisdom waiting to guide future progress through the balance of knowledge, power, and responsibility that defined true human advancement beyond mere technological capability. While the traveling scribe continued her ministry through the settlements of the Northern Commonwealth, elsewhere in the Wasteland, another servant of faith pursued a different calling. In the remains of a luxury vault, a charismatic leader guided followers in strange rituals around glowing terminals, their chants echoing through once opulent halls now transformed into a temple to an enigmatic deity. As night falls on our Brotherhood scribe's quiet mission, our next tale beckons from the depths of a forgotten vault where a new faith rises from the ashes of the old world. Join us for The God of the Wastes. Twilight draped itself across the Commonwealth with unhurried grace, painting the broken landscape in deepening hues of purple and blue. The harsh edges of ruined buildings softened in the fading light, their jagged silhouettes transforming into gentler shadows against the darkening sky. A cool breeze carried the subtle scent of evening primrose, mutated descendants of pre-war flora that had adapted to bloom only in twilight hours, their luminescent petals glowing faintly amid the encroaching darkness. Along a winding path that meandered between radiation-scarred hillsides, a solitary figure moved with measured determination. Simon Caulfield adjusted the worn pack on his shoulders, his movements deliberate and unhurried despite the approaching night. Unlike most wasteland travelers who sought shelter before darkness claimed the land, Simon continued his journey with the quiet confidence of someone following purpose rather than mere survival instinct. His attire distinguished him from typical Commonwealth wanderers, neither the mismatched armor of raiders nor the practical utility garments of settlers. A simple coat of deepest blue extended nearly to his knees, its fabric remarkably clean by wasteland standards. Beneath it, a high-collared shirt in pristine white created striking contrast, while a silver medallion bearing unfamiliar symbols hung at his throat. His appearance suggested someone serving formal function rather than merely traversing dangerous territory. Simon served as an official observer for the followers of the Apocalypse, the scholarly organization dedicated to preserving knowledge and providing humanitarian assistance throughout the Wasteland. Their mission had expanded over recent years from direct medical service to broader cultural documentation, recording the emergence of new social structures from the ashes of the old world. Simon's current assignment represented this expanded focus, investigating reports of an unusual spiritual movement developing within a repurposed vault in the Commonwealth's western regions. The vault entrance appeared before him as he crested a final rise, a massive gear-shaped door partially recessed into the hillside, now standing permanently open rather than sealed as its designers had intended. Unlike many vault entrances that retained their stark utilitarian appearance, this one had been transformed by artistic intention. The surrounding rock face had been painted with elaborate murals depicting abstract patterns that seemed to flow into the entrance itself, creating the impression of energy being drawn into the vault rather than merely accessing it. More notable were the figures stationed on either side of the entrance, sentinels, wearing what appeared to be modified vault jumpsuits that had been augmented with decorative elements. Metallic discs reflecting the last light of day had been sewn across the shoulders, while circuitry patterns had been painted or embroidered along the sleeves. Their expressions remained serene rather than suspicious as they observed Simon's approach, suggesting guardianship rather than hostile defense. "Welcome, traveler," the sentinel on the left addressed him as he reached conversational distance. "You stand before the sanctuary of transcendent integration. Do you come seeking illumination or merely shelter for the night?" Simon had been briefed on appropriate responses during his preparation for this assignment. The Vault community, self-described as the children of the integrated divine, welcomed observers, but distinguished between those genuinely interested in their beliefs and those merely seeking practical accommodation. "I come seeking understanding," he replied, using phrasing that indicated respectful inquiry rather than commitment or dismissal. "Stories of your community have reached Diamond City. The followers of the Apocalypse document emerging, cultural developments throughout the Wasteland. If permitted, I would learn about your beliefs firsthand, rather than through second-hand accounts." This introduction, honest about his purpose while demonstrating respect for their autonomy, appeared to satisfy the sentinels. They exchanged a brief glance before the one who had spoken nodded with evident approval. "Honest seekers are always welcome within the sanctuary," he confirmed, gesturing toward the open vault door. "You arrive most fortuitously. Tonight marks our monthly illumination ceremony. Visitors are permitted to observe, though participation remains reserved for initiated members. Novice Ilara will guide you and explain our customs." A young woman emerged from within the vault entrance, as if summoned by his words. Like the sentinels, she wore a modified vault jumpsuit, though her decorative elements appeared more subtle. Small circuit-like patterns embroidered along the collar and a single metallic disc positioned over her heart. Her expression conveyed calm welcome rather than the wary assessment common among wasteland inhabitants encountering strangers. "I am Elara," she introduced herself with a composed nod. "Welcome to our sanctuary. Please follow me, and I'll show you to guest quarters where you may refresh yourself before this evening's ceremony. Elder Thaddius has been informed of your arrival and wishes to speak with you afterward." Simon followed her into the vault entrance, passing from twilight into the distinctive illumination of vault lighting systems. Unlike the stark fluorescent harshness that characterized most functioning vaults, these lights had been modified to produce a softer, more ambient glow. Colored filters created pools of blue and green light in what had once been a standard entrance corridor, transforming institutional architecture into something almost mystical in atmosphere. More striking were the modifications to the walls themselves. Standard vault signage had been overlaid with intricate designs that combined circuit-like patterns with flowing organic elements. The effect suggested intentional synthesis between technology and natural forms, neither the sterile utility of original vault design nor the chaotic decoration often found in raider territories, but thoughtful integration of seemingly opposing aesthetic elements. The sanctuary was established 3 years ago, Ilara explained, as they walked deeper into the repurposed vault. Vault 88 was never completed before the Great War. Only the entrance section and first residential level were operational. When Elder Thaddius discovered it, the systems remained functional, but dormant. He recognized its potential as both physical shelter and symbolic representation of our beliefs. Simon noted details with the practiced observation of a trained cultural documentarian. The systematic modifications to standard vault architecture, the residents they passed who acknowledged Ilara with respectful nods, the absence of visible weapons despite the ever-present dangers of the Commonwealth. The community projected unusual serenity compared to the vigilant tension that characterized most wasteland settlements. "How many residents call the sanctuary home?" he inquired, maintaining the balanced tone of professional documentation rather than skeptical interrogation. 47 initiated members currently reside within the sanctuary, Ilara responded with precise knowledge, suggesting organized community rather than loose association. An additional 12 novices undergo preparation for potential initiation. We also host between 5 and 15 visitors in various stages of inquiry at any given time. These numbers indicated successful community establishment, large enough to maintain stability but not overextending limited vault resources. Simon had documented numerous wasteland spiritual movements during his work with the followers, most collapsing when charismatic leadership failed to develop sustainable resource management alongside philosophical appeal. This community appeared to have navigated that challenge more successfully than most. They arrived at a section that had clearly been designated for visitor accommodation, a corridor of small but clean rooms equipped with basic amenities. The space maintained the general aesthetic modifications visible throughout their route, but with more subdued implementation, presumably to avoid overwhelming those not yet accustomed to the community's visual language. "You may refresh yourself here," Ilara indicated one of the rooms. "Clean water is available from the sink. Our purification system functions at 93% efficiency. The ceremony begins in 1 hour. I'll return to guide you to the Illumination chamber when the time approaches." Left alone in the modest room, Simon began his preliminary documentation, making careful notes in his journal regarding first impressions, observable community characteristics, and initial assessment of organizational structure. The followers maintained strict protocols regarding cultural documentation, emphasizing objective observation over premature conclusion, particularly when examining emerging spiritual movements that might easily be dismissed by those accustomed to pre-war religious frameworks. The room itself provided subtle information about the community's priorities. Unlike the utilitarian design of standard vault quarters, this space incorporated aesthetic elements that suggested value placed on visitor experience beyond mere functionality. A small desk held a bound journal labeled "Reflections of the Seeker," with blank pages apparently provided for visitor thoughts. The bed, though simple, had been covered with a handcrafted blanket woven in patterns echoing those observed throughout the vault. Most notably, a small terminal on the desk displayed a welcome message that combined practical information with philosophical introduction to community beliefs. Simon activated the terminal, finding a simple menu system providing basic information about the Vault's facilities, alongside introductory texts about their belief system. He navigated to the latter, professional curiosity guiding his investigation before the evening's ceremony. The integrated divine manifests through harmonious union of human consciousness and technological transcendence. The introduction began, its language balancing mystical terminology with what appeared to be technical concepts. Where the old world failed through separation, mind divided from machine, spirit isolated from creation, our path seeks restoration through sacred integration. The divine circuit encompasses all existence, with humanity serving as conscious conduits for its completion. This philosophical foundation seemed to blend elements of pre-war technological utopianism with more traditional spiritual concepts of universal connection. Simon noted the absence of apocalyptic frameworks common to many wasteland faiths. No reference to atomic cleansing or selected survival, but rather emphasis on integration and restoration. The approach suggested adaptation to wasteland conditions without defining identity primarily through trauma narrative. After refreshing himself with the surprisingly clean water provided and organizing his initial observations, Simon heard a gentle knock announcing Ilara's return. She led him deeper into the vault, where the modified lighting grew more pronounced, blue-green illumination creating an almost underwater quality to the environment. The background hum of vault machinery seemed intentionally incorporated into subtle musical tones that emerged from hidden speakers, creating an immersive sensory experience rather than merely decorated space. The illumination chamber was originally designed as the vault's main reactor control room, Ilara explained as they approached a set of double doors, more elaborately decorated than others they had passed. Elder Thaddius recognized its symbolic potential. The place where physical energy was managed could become where spiritual energy is channeled. The original control systems have been repurposed for ceremonial function, while maintaining their practical utility for vault operation. The doors opened to reveal a circular chamber that had undergone dramatic transformation from its utilitarian origins. The central area had been reconfigured into a stepped arrangement, allowing gathered community members to focus attention on a central platform. Original control consoles remained, but had been modified with additional displays and decorative elements that incorporated their technical functions into ceremonial contexts. Most striking was the circular ceiling arrangement, where projected light patterns moved in complex, flowing configurations. Simon recognized the basic technology. Standard vault projection systems reprogrammed to create these mesmerizing patterns, but acknowledged the artistic sophistication involved in their implementation. The effect created genuine beauty from repurposed pre-war technology. Community members had already begun gathering, arranged on the stepped seating in what appeared to be organizational groupings based on modified jumpsuit designs. Those with more elaborate circuit patterns and multiple metallic elements occupied positions closer to the central platform, while simpler designs indicated newer members seated toward the outer edges. The atmosphere carried hushed anticipation rather than the boisterous social energy that characterized most wasteland gatherings. You may observe from this section, Ilara indicated a small area where several other visitors were already seated. The ceremony lasts approximately 1 hour. Afterward, refreshments will be served in the common hall, where community members will be available to answer questions from interested observers. Simon took his position, notebook discreetly ready for documentation, while maintaining respectful presence appropriate to ceremonial observation. The other visitors, 3 men and 2 women of varying ages, displayed the range of expressions he had come to expect during such assignments. genuine curiosity, skeptical assessment, and the tentative hope of those seeking meaning amid wasteland harshness. A subtle shift in the musical tones announced the ceremony's commencement. The chamber's illumination dimmed, except for the ceiling projections, which intensified in both brightness and complexity of pattern. From a side entrance emerged several figures in the most elaborate versions of the modified jumpsuits Simon had observed. Intricate circuit patterns covering much of the fabric, multiple metallic elements arranged in specific configurations, and what appeared to be functioning light elements incorporated into the garments themselves, creating the impression of energy flowing through their clothing. At their center walked an older man whose presence commanded immediate attention despite his unimposing physical stature. Unlike the jumpsuits worn by others, his garment resembled a robe whose deep blue fabric had been augmented with metallic threads woven throughout in patterns suggesting both circuitry and ancient mystical symbols. His expression conveyed serene intensity rather than dramatic fervor, thoughtful purpose rather than performative charisma. "Thaddius," whispered one of the visitors seated near Simon, confirming his assumption regarding the community's leader. The elder took position on the central platform while his accompanied figures arranged themselves at various control stations around the chamber's perimeter. When he spoke, his voice carried natural resonance enhanced by subtle electronic amplification that seemed intentionally calibrated to harmonize with the background tonal elements, rather than merely increasing volume. Telling united community of the integral divine, he addressed the gathered community. "We assemble once more at the nexus point between physical form and transcendent possibility. Together we stand as conscious conduits, completing the circuit that connects what was, what is, and what shall be through our unified presence." This introduction initiated what Simon recognized as carefully choreographed ceremonial progression. As Elder Thaddius continued speaking, alternating between philosophical exposition and responsive exchanges with the gathered community, the attendants at control stations made synchronized adjustments to both lighting patterns and musical elements. The effect created multi-sensory experience that developed alongside the conceptual content of the elder's address. The ceremony's content revealed philosophical depth beyond Simon's initial expectations, rather than simplistic technological worship or apocalyptic determinism. Elder Thaddius articulated nuanced perspective on humanity's relationship with its own creations. He spoke of technology neither as savior nor destroyer, but as extension of human consciousness, requiring integration through mindful intention, rather than either rejection or uncritical embrace. The great division that brought atomic fire was not failure of knowledge, but fracturing of wisdom, he explained, his tone somber yet constructive rather than condemning. Humanity created without consciousness, built without belonging, advanced without awareness, the physical tools extended beyond spiritual development, power without purpose, capability without compassion. The gathered community responded with soft affirmation that suggested genuine engagement rather than rote participation. Simon noted the absence of fear-based motivation common in many wasteland spiritual movements. No threats of exclusion or punishment, but rather emphasis on collective participation in restorative purpose. As the ceremony progressed, the sensory elements intensified gradually, light patterns growing more complex, musical tones developing richer harmonies. Even subtle aromatic elements introduced through what appeared to be modified ventilation systems. The cumulative effect created an immersive experience that engaged multiple perceptual pathways simultaneously, demonstrating sophisticated understanding of ceremonial design beyond mere technological display or philosophical exposition. Within each of us resides both the wound of division and the potential for integration, Elder Thaddius continued, his voice now accompanied by particular lighting configuration that cast his form in gentle illumination while shadow patterns moved across the chamber walls. The divine circuit seeks completion through our conscious participation, not through rejection of what we have created, nor through surrender to its dominance, but through harmonious reconciliation that honors both our humanity and our technological extension. The ceremony culminated in what was identified as the Illumination sequence, a choreographed interaction between Elder Thaddius at the central platform and the attendants at perimeter control stations. As he delivered culminating philosophical address, they engaged in precisely timed adjustments to various control elements, creating synchronized patterns of light, sound, and subtle environmental effects that transformed the chamber into extraordinary multisensory experience. These exist indirectly to a temporary enthusiast. Most notable was the central projection that formed above Elder Thaddius during this sequence, a complex holographic representation that combined mathematical patterns with organic forms in constant flowing transformation. Simon recognized advanced programming underlying this display, suggesting technological capability beyond typical wasteland settlements. The image neither depicted anthropomorphic deity nor abstract concept exclusively, but rather integration of mathematical precision with natural complexity, visual representation of the philosophical integration their belief system advocated. As the ceremony concluded with communal recitation of what was termed the integration affirmation, Simon noted the expressions among both community members and visitors, genuine emotional engagement evident in many faces, ranging from peaceful contentment to what appeared to be profound inspiration. The sophistication of the ceremonial design had created authentic spiritual experience, regardless of one's prior acceptance of the specific belief system, demonstrating effective implementation of ritualistic elements that transcended mere intellectual proposition. The chamber's illumination gradually returned to normal levels as the ceremony concluded, community members rising from their positions with the quiet satisfaction of those who had participated in meaningful shared experience. Elder Thaddius and his ceremonial attendants departed through the same entrance they had used, while the general community began moving toward what Ilara had identified as the common hall for post-ceremonial gathering. "What did you observe?" asked one of the other visitors, a woman perhaps in her early 30s whose expression suggested genuine curiosity about Simon's perspective. "Impressive integration of philosophical concept with multisensory experience," he responded, maintaining professional assessment while acknowledging the ceremony's evident effectiveness. The technological implementation serves ceremonial purpose rather than merely displaying capability. There's sophisticated understanding of how ritual functions on multiple perceptual levels simultaneously. The woman nodded thoughtfully. "I've visited 3 times now. Each ceremony explores different aspects of their philosophy, but always with this same attention to creating complete experience, rather than merely talking about ideas. It's unlike any other community I've encountered in the Commonwealth." Their conversation continued as they followed the general movement toward the common hall, a repurposed vault cafeteria that had been transformed with the same aesthetic approach visible throughout the facility. Standard utility tables had been replaced with curved seating arrangements that facilitated conversation rather than merely providing eating space. The harsh original lighting had been modified to create the now familiar ambient glow, while wall decorations incorporated both artistic elements and functional information displays in harmonious arrangement. Community members mingled with visitors in what appeared to be genuinely welcoming interaction rather than recruitment performance. Simon noted the absence of pressure tactics common to many emerging spiritual movements. No isolation of visitors, no immediate demands for commitment or contribution, but rather open conversation that acknowledged questions and uncertainty as natural components of encounter with new philosophical frameworks. Elara rejoined him as he observed these interactions from a position near one of the refreshment tables, where surprisingly well-prepared food indicated effective resource management beyond mere survival provision. Elder Thaddius would like to speak with you privately, she informed him. As a representative of the followers of the apocalypse, your perspective holds particular interest. He believes your organization's dedication to knowledge preservation shares philosophical alignment with certain aspects of our approach, despite obvious differences in implementation. Simon followed her from the common hall through a series of corridors toward what appeared to be the administrative section of the vault. The decoration in this area maintained consistent aesthetic approach, but with subtle differences, suggesting more individualized expression. Personal spaces rather than purely communal ones. They arrived at an office whose entrance bore the vault's original overseer designation, though this had been modified with additional text identifying it as Chamber of Integration Guidance. Elder Thaddius welcomed him with the same composed presence he had demonstrated during the ceremony, though in this more intimate setting, Simon noted subtle indications of age and weariness not visible during his public performance. The office contained unexpected combination of elements, original vault technology alongside pre-war books in remarkable condition, technical diagrams displayed next to what appeared to be hand-painted artistic works, comfortable seating arranged to facilitate conversation rather than emphasize hierarchical distinction. "Thank you for accepting my invitation," the elder began, gesturing toward a chair positioned for comfortable conversation rather than formal interview. "Your organization's commitment to preserving knowledge while providing practical assistance represents one of the Wasteland's most constructive responses to our shared challenges. Though our approaches differ in significant aspects, I believe we share fundamental recognition that humanity's path forward requires integration of past wisdom with present reality." Tula Simon acknowledged this assessment with respectful appreciation of its accuracy. The followers maintained secular approach, distinct from spiritualized framework, but this recognition of philosophical alignment demonstrated perceptive understanding rather than oversimplified categorization. "The ceremony was remarkably effective," Simon observed, initiating professional dialogue while maintaining appropriate courtesy. "The integration of technological elements with philosophical content creates immersive experience rather than merely intellectual proposition. May I ask about the community's origins?" The records available in Diamond City contained limited information about how the sanctuary was established. Elder Thaddius settled into his chair with the relaxed posture of someone accustomed to sharing his community's narrative. "My previous life seems distant now, though only a few years have passed since transformation began. I was Joshua Thaddius, Commonwealth Institute of Technology researcher specializing in human-machine interface development. When the Institute's destruction created technological power vacuum throughout the region, I recognized both opportunity and responsibility emerging from that void. This origin information provided crucial context for Simon's documentation. Leadership emerging not from wasteland survival adaptation, but from advanced technical background within the Commonwealth's most sophisticated scientific community. Such foundation explained the unusual technological implementation observed throughout the sanctuary. The vault discovery came after months of wandering," Elder Thaddius continued, his tone suggesting meaningful memory rather than rehearsed narrative. I had gathered a small group of like-minded individuals seeking alternative to either Brotherhood's technological restriction or the anarchic exploitation common among independent operators. This facility, functional yet incomplete, presented perfect symbolic representation of our philosophical perspective. Technology designed for human preservation yet unfulfilled in implementation, awaiting purposeful adaptation rather than mere occupation. Simon noted this characteristic framing, physical discovery interpreted through symbolic significance, technical functionality understood within meaningful narrative. This integration of practical reality with interpretive framework appeared consistent throughout the community's self-understanding. The ceremonial aspects developed organically, rather than through deliberate design, the elder explained, anticipating Simon's next question with perceptive awareness. As we restored and modified vault systems for practical habitation, we recognized the profound psychological impact created by certain configurations of light, sound, and environmental elements. What began as appreciation for these effects gradually evolved into intentional implementation for community cohesion and philosophical exploration. This developmental explanation aligned with Simon's professional assessment. Authentic emergence rather than calculated manipulation, the hallmark distinction between constructive spiritual movements and exploitative cults within wasteland contexts. The ceremonial sophistication observed earlier reflected evolutionary refinement rather than cynical deployment of psychological techniques for control purposes. Their conversation continued with measured pace appropriate to substantive exchange, covering community governance structures, resource management approaches, and relationship with surrounding wasteland settlements. Throughout this discussion, Simon noted consistent pattern. Practical implementation guided by philosophical framework rather than expediency. Technological utilization serving human flourishing rather than dominance or dependency. Leadership demonstrating reflective awareness rather than unquestioned authority. You've created remarkable stability in relatively short period, Simon observed as their discussion approached natural conclusion. Most emerging communities struggle with resource management, leadership transitions, or external relations. Your integration of practical functionality with meaningful narrative provides cohesion, often lacking in purely utilitarian approaches to wasteland survival. Elder Thaddius acknowledged this assessment with modest appreciation that suggested genuine character rather than false humility. We face challenges like any community. Technological systems require constant maintenance beyond their designed operational parameters. Philosophical integration demands ongoing reflection rather than rigid doctrine. New members bring valuable perspectives, but also potential disruption to established patterns. The path remains ongoing journey rather than achieved destination. This recognition of continuing development rather than claimed perfection further distinguished the community from more problematic wasteland movements that often presented total solutions to complex challenges. Simon completed his mental assessment with cautious optimism regarding the sanctuary's prospects for sustainable contribution to Commonwealth cultural landscape. Neither uncritical endorsement nor dismissive rejection, but professional recognition of constructive potential within acknowledged limitation. As their conversation concluded, Elder Thaddius offered the traditional follower's departure blessing, a gesture of respectful acknowledgement that demonstrated familiarity with their customs beyond superficial recognition. May knowledge guide your path and wisdom illuminate your purpose. The sanctuary remains open to those who seek understanding, whether for personal integration or professional documentation. Simon was escorted back to guest quarters by Alara, the vault corridors now quiet as evening activities concluded and community members retired to personal quarters. The controlled environment maintained consistent temperature regardless of external conditions, creating unusual comfort compared to typical wasteland accommodation. Yet Simon noted the absence of enervating luxury that might diminish responsible engagement with surrounding reality. In the privacy of his assigned room, he completed extensive documentation notes while impressions remained fresh, recording observed ceremonial elements, leadership characteristics, community structures, and philosophical frameworks with the detailed attention required by follower protocols. His preliminary assessment acknowledged both constructive elements and potential concerns, the balanced perspective that distinguished proper documentation from either promotional advocacy or reflexive criticism. Morning arrived according to vault lighting systems rather than natural daylight. Gradual illumination increased, programmed to simulate dawn transition despite subterranean isolation. Simon completed his preparation for departure with practiced efficiency, organizing documentation materials for secure transport back to follower archives in Diamond City. Ilara appeared at scheduled time to escort him through departure protocols, her demeanor maintaining consistent composure that appeared characteristic rather than performed. Many visitors request multiple observations before forming conclusions, she noted as they walked toward the vault entrance. You are welcome to return for additional ceremonies or community interaction whenever your documentation responsibilities permit. This open invitation, without pressure for immediate commitment, reinforced Simon's positive assessment regarding recruitment practices. Confidence in philosophical appeal rather than manipulative retention tactics. He expressed appropriate appreciation while maintaining professional boundaries, neither rejecting potential return nor suggesting definite plans beyond current documentation completion. The vault entrance revealed early morning Commonwealth, gentle light illuminating the wasteland in softer aspect than harsh midday exposure would bring. The sentinel positions remained staffed, though personnel had changed from previous evening, maintaining continuous security without oppressive military presentation. Simon received formal departure acknowledgement with suggested travel routes toward Diamond City that indicated practical concern for visitor welfare without restrictive control. As he began his journey away from the sanctuary, Simon reflected on the unusual community now receding behind him. Their approach represented distinctive response to wasteland conditions. Neither romantic return to pre-industrial simplicity nor uncritical embrace of technological dominance, but thoughtful integration seeking balanced relationship between human consciousness and its created extensions. While maintaining appropriate professional distance, he acknowledged the legitimate appeals such approach might hold for those seeking meaning amid Commonwealth chaos, without surrendering rational engagement with practical challenges. The morning sun climbed higher as he followed the recommended path toward Diamond City, illuminating the broken landscape in progressively clearer detail. Wind carried the subtle scent of mutated wildflowers, adapting to radiation-altered soil conditions. Nature's persistent integration continuing, regardless of human philosophical framework. Simon's thoughts organized themselves into preliminary report structure as he walked, categorizing observations within established documentation protocols while preserving nuanced assessment from simplistic classification. The followers would add this record to their growing archive of emerging Commonwealth social developments, another piece in the complex mosaic of human adaptation to post-nuclear conditions. Within this broader context, the sanctuary represented neither salvation nor threat, but rather particular response, worth documenting for its distinctive characteristics. without judgment regarding ultimate validity. In this approach, Simon fulfilled the followers' foundational purpose, preserving knowledge not for control, but for understanding, maintaining record of humanity's ongoing effort to create meaning amid devastation, while addressing practical needs for survival and potential restoration. As the wastelands stretched before him under the brightening morning sky, Simon found quiet satisfaction in this balanced perspective. Neither cynical dismissal of spiritual seeking, nor uncritical embrace of charismatic promise, but thoughtful documentation that honored human complexity while maintaining clear-owned assessment. The path toward Diamond City would require vigilant attention to practical survival considerations, yet his mind remained engaged with deeper questions regarding humanity's relationship with its own creations. The integration of knowledge and wisdom that might yet prevent repetition of catastrophic division, despite the broken world that surrounded his solitary journey. While the follower of the apocalypse continued his thoughtful journey back to Diamond City, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, another spiritual quest unfolded amid the harsh beauty of the wasteland. A weathered cleric walked lonely roads between ruined chapels, searching for signs of a congregation scattered by raiders months before, each abandoned pew and tattered hymnal page offering both painful memory and fragile hope. As dawn light guides our observers' return to Diamond City, our next tale beckons from the pilgrim's path, where faith endures despite separation and loss. Join us for a faithful journey. Morning mist clung to the Commonwealth valleys with gentle persistence, transforming the harsh wasteland into something almost mystical. Sunlight filtered through in scattered rays, creating pathways of golden illumination amid the swirling vapors. The world existed momentarily between states. Neither the stark reality of midday nor the concealing darkness of night, but a liminal space where the broken landscape appeared somehow softened, its jagged edges temporarily veiled in nature's mercy. Through this ethereal scene moved a solitary figure, following what had once been a country road, now reduced to fragmented asphalt, occasionally visible beneath encroaching vegetation. Father Ezekiel Parks walked with the measured pace of someone guided by purpose rather than urgency, his path determined by something beyond mere destination. Though advanced in years, his movements suggested surprising endurance, the resilience developed through decades of wasteland travel rather than the sheltered existence common to most who reached his age. His attire spoke of his calling while acknowledging wasteland practicality. A black coat extending to mid-thigh, weathered by countless journeys yet maintained with evident care. Its collar adorned with the faded white band that had once signified clerical office in the world before the bombs. Beneath it, simple garments in muted colors provided practical protection while maintaining the dignified presentation he considered appropriate to his continuing ministry. A well-worn satchel hung at his side, its leather surface inscribed with the simple cross that had guided his life's work through decades of post-war devastation. Father Ezekiel's current journey had begun 3 months earlier when he had returned to St. Matthew's Parish after a missionary circuit to find the small community disbanded, his congregation of 37 souls scattered by raider attacks that had left their modest settlement vulnerable beyond sustainable defense. The chapel itself had remained standing, but terribly silent, its handcrafted pews empty of the faithful who had gathered there for nearly 15 years under his spiritual guidance. Rather than establish new ministry elsewhere, as he had done several times throughout his long service, Father Ezekiel had made an unusual decision to follow his scattered flock wherever the wasteland winds had carried them. His satchel contained the parish register recording each member's name and family connections, along with the worn Bible from which he had offered weekly solace against wasteland harshness. Most precious was the collection of small items discovered in the abandoned chapel, personal possessions inadvertently left behind during hasty evacuation that might guide him toward their owner's new locations. This morning found him approaching what remained of the pre-war town of Hartwell, a settlement that had never regained significant population after the bombs, but occasionally served as temporary haven for travelers moving between larger Commonwealth communities. His information suggested that the Sullivan family, parish members including elderly Miriam and her adult grandchildren Thomas and Rebecca, might have sought refuge here after the raider dispersion. Hartwell emerged gradually from the morning mist, its remaining structures creating uneven silhouettes against the brightening sky. Unlike the chaotic ruins characteristic of urban areas, this small town presented more orderly decay. Some buildings maintained for basic function, while others had been systematically dismantled for their materials rather than destroyed by violence or dramatic collapse. The effect created a settlement neither fully inhabited nor completely abandoned, but existing in the intermediate state common to minor Commonwealth communities. Father Ezekiel approached without haste or concealment, his figure clearly visible to anyone maintaining watch over the settlement perimeter. Experience had taught the value of transparent approach in wasteland communities. Furtive movement more likely to trigger defensive response than open arrival, then allowed proper assessment before interaction. His clerical appearance usually granted initial tolerance, if not immediate welcome, the wasteland having developed general recognition that traveling priests typically presented minimal threat compared to other wanderers. A young man appeared from between buildings as Father Ezekiel reached the settlement's edge, his cautious approach suggesting security responsibility rather than simple curiosity. He carried a hunting rifle with the comfortable familiarity of someone accustomed to its weight but held it in non-threatening position, prepared for trouble but not expecting it from the elderly visitor before him. "Morning, Father," he greeted with a respectful acknowledgement common throughout the Commonwealth when encountering traveling clergy. "Don't often see your kind this far from established settlements. What brings you to Hartwell?" Father Ezekiel offered a gentle smile that crinkled the weather-worn landscape of his face. "I seek members of my scattered congregation. St. Matthew's Parish from the settlement near Greenbrook. Raiders dispersed our community 3 months past. I have information suggesting the Sullivan family might have found shelter here. Elderly woman named Miriam with her adult grandchildren." Recognition flickered across the young man's face, confirming Father Ezekiel's information before verbal response followed. "The Sullivans stayed here briefly, perhaps 5 or 6 weeks ago. Miriam needed medical attention beyond what we could provide. Thomas arranged passage with a caravan heading toward County Crossing. They have a clinic with better supplies there." This information, confirmation of their survival alongside indication of continued journey, brought both relief and renewed purpose to Father Ezekiel's quest. "Thank you. Any details about their condition or specific plans would be most helpful. I carry something belonging to young Rebecca that holds sentimental value." The security watcher shrugged slightly, his expression suggesting limited knowledge rather than unwillingness to share. They seemed well enough considering their situation. The old woman was having breathing troubles, nothing immediately threatening but needing proper medicine. They spoke of possibly continuing to Bunker Hill if County Crossing couldn't accommodate them long term. That's all I know. Father Ezekiel expressed genuine gratitude for this information, recognizing the consistent pattern of his search thus far, always a step behind his scattered parishioners. following traces of their passage through settlements that had offered temporary haven during their displacement. The distance between them remained, yet each confirmation of survival and direction renewed his determination to continue what had become a pilgrimage of devotion to his ministerial calling. "Would you accept modest payment for information about other parish members?" he inquired, reaching into his satchel, where he maintained a small collection of caps earned through occasional services provided during his journey. "I seek several families, the Hendersons, the Coopers, and young Jacob Matthews, who served as altar assistant." The young man considered briefly before shaking his head. "Keep your caps, Father. Haven't seen those others you mentioned, but you're welcome to ask around the settlement. We've had various travelers through recently. Old Harriet at the trading post sees most everyone passing through. She might know something." With this guidance, Father Ezekiel continued into Hartwell proper, a single main street lined with partially functional structures interspersed among more completely deteriorated buildings. Unlike the constant activity of larger settlements like Diamond City, this community operated at more measured pace, residents moving between limited agricultural areas and modest trading operations, with the unhurried rhythm of those focused on subsistence rather than growth or expansion. The trading post occupied what had once been a general store, its pre-war structure reinforced with scavenged materials to maintain functional rather than aesthetic integrity. Inside, the space had been organized with practical efficiency, limited merchandise arranged to maximize visibility while minimizing required display area, a small counter constructed from repurposed materials serving as transaction point for the modest commerce possible in such intermediate settlements. Harriet, the proprietor mentioned by the security watcher, matched her establishment in pragmatic presentation. A woman perhaps in her 60s, whose expression suggested experienced assessment rather than immediate welcome or rejection. Her attention focused on Father Ezekiel with measured evaluation as he entered, neither suspicious nor trusting, but practically observant of potential customer or possible threat. "Don't get many collar wearers through Hartwell," she noted as greeting, using the common Wasteland term for traveling clergy derived from their distinctive attire. "What brings you to our humble establishment, Father? We don't run to religious sentiment much here, but we respect those who walk the wasteland with purpose beyond mere survival." Father Ezekiel approached her counter with respectful acknowledgement of her position within the settlement's social structure. "I follow scattered members of my parish, St. Matthew's near Greenbrook, dispersed by raiders 3 months ago. I'm told the Sullivans passed through recently, heading toward County Crossing. I wonder if you've encountered others from our community in your trading operations." Harriet's expression shifted subtly toward increased interest, professional recognition of potentially valuable information exchange rather than personal investment in his quest. "The Sullivans traded here briefly. The young man, Thomas, I believe, exchanged a decent quality hunting rifle for medical supplies and caravan passage. Mentioned others from their settlement had discussed rendezvous at Covenant if individual travels permitted. Does that help your search, Father?" This information provided valuable confirmation of potential gathering point beyond individual family movements, the first suggestion that his scattered congregation might have established communication among themselves regarding potential reunion. Covenant represented significant journey from his current position, but offered specific destination rather than continued wandering based on fragmented reports. "Your information brings both guidance and hope," he responded with genuine appreciation. "Would you accept these in exchange for your assistance?" He placed a small collection of caps on the counter alongside 2 stim packs, valuable medical items he had received as payment for performing a funeral service in another settlement during his journey. Harriet examined the offered exchange with professional assessment before nodding acceptance. Fair trade for simple information. If you're continuing toward County Crossing, be aware the Eastern Road has seen increased wildlife activity. Mostly radstags, but travelers reported at least one deathclaw moving through the area last week. The northern approach remains safer, though it adds half a day to the journey. This practical guidance represented the Wasteland's functional charity, not sentimental assistance, but shared information that might preserve life, offered alongside legitimate commerce rather than as mere kindness. Father Ezekiel received it with appropriate appreciation, understanding that survival knowledge often represented more valuable contribution than emotional support in Commonwealth conditions. Before departing Hartwell, he visited their small medical station, a converted residential building where basic treatment occurred without the specialized equipment found in larger settlements. The attending caretaker, though unable to provide specific information about the Sullivans' medical situation, offered confirmation of their passage and general condition based on records maintained for supply management purposes. The elderly woman, Miriam Sullivan, received treatment for respiratory inflammation, she reported, consulting a carefully maintained logbook. Nothing immediately life-threatening, but requiring consistent medication beyond our limited supplies. Her grandson arranged transport to County Crossing with appropriate medical management during transit. Their departure appeared planned rather than desperate. Organized relocation rather than emergency evacuation. This assessment provided important context for Father Ezekiel's continuing journey, his concern for Miriam's health tempered by confirmation of appropriate care arrangements rather than hasty departure under threatening conditions. The concept of organized relocation suggested his parishioners had maintained communal connection even during physical dispersion, increasing likelihood that Covenant might indeed serve as genuine reunion location rather than merely speculative suggestion. With information gathered and modest supplies refreshed through trading, Father Ezekiel departed Hartwell by late morning, following the northern route recommended despite its additional travel time. His pace remained measured, progress toward destination balanced against the physical limitations of age and resource conservation, neither hurried anxiety nor unnecessary delay, but steady movement guided by both practical necessity and spiritual purpose. The landscape gradually transformed as he traveled, moving from the relatively open terrain surrounding Hartwell toward more densely wooded areas characteristic of the region between settlements. Mutated vegetation had reclaimed much of what had once been cultivated land, creating an environment that appeared almost beautiful when viewed without awareness of the radiation that had transformed its natural development. Father Ezekiel observed these surroundings with the balanced perspective developed through decades of wasteland ministry. Appreciation for persistent life, alongside recognition of the devastation that had forever altered its expression. By late afternoon, he located the suitable resting place. A small clearing partially sheltered by rock formation that provided defensive position without complete enclosure that might prevent emergency departure if necessary. Years of solitary travel had taught efficient establishment of temporary camp, gathering limited firewood that would provide necessary warmth without creating smoke column visible from distance, arranging sleeping position that offered both comfort and quick access to the walking stick that served as defensive implement when needed. As twilight approached, Father Ezekiel conducted his daily devotional practice, reading from his worn Bible by the gentle light of carefully managed fire, the familiar words offering continuity between world lost and life continuing despite nuclear devastation. This ritual provided not just spiritual maintenance, but psychological stability amid constant movement through dangerous territory. connecting present journey with lifelong commitment that had sustained him through decades of wasteland ministry. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," he read aloud, his voice carrying no further than his small campsite. "He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul." These ancient words, preserved through nuclear fire and subsequent hardship, maintained relevance in contexts so different from their original composition. Father Ezekiel found particular meaning in their promise of restoration, not physical rebuilding of destroyed civilization, but renewal of purpose and spiritual vitality despite external devastation. His current journey embodied this principle, seeking to restore pastoral connection with scattered congregation rather than abandoning ministerial responsibility when comfortable settlement life had been disrupted. Night settled completely across the Commonwealth as he completed his devotional reading, stars emerging in patterns unchanged by the catastrophe that had transformed the world below. Father Ezekiel observed this celestial constancy with quiet appreciation before banking his small fire for the night and settling into the efficient rest pattern developed through long experience. Light sleep interrupted by periodic wakefulness for security assessment, rather than the continuous unconsciousness possible only in truly secure environments. Morning arrived with characteristic Commonwealth uncertainty, neither completely clear nor fully overcast, but atmospheric conditions suggesting potential weather development without confirming specific outcome. Father Ezekiel prepared for departure with practiced efficiency, consuming modest breakfast from carried supplies while organizing his possessions for continued journey. The day's travel would likely bring him within range of County Crossing by evening, if maintained at consistent pace without significant detour or delay. As he followed the northern route recommended in Hartwell, Father Ezekiel encountered occasional evidence of other travelers, remnants of small camps, footprints in muddy sections, once a discarded ammunition container suggesting armed passage. The Commonwealth existed in constant motion despite its seemingly static devastation, populations shifting between settlements as resources, threats, and opportunities evolved throughout the region. Midday brought unexpected encounter, a Brahmin-drawn caravan moving in opposite direction, the two-headed cattle plodding with patient endurance, while heavily laden with trading goods secured beneath weathered tarps. The caravan guard noticed Father Ezekiel's approach from considerable distance, alerting the trader, who adjusted course slightly to intersect with the solitary traveler. Commercial opportunity outweighing potential risk presented by elderly clergymen. "Well met, Father," the trader greeted as their paths converged, her expression suggesting professional assessment rather than personal welcome. "Traveling alone's dangerous business, even for collar wearers. We're heading toward Ten Pines Bluff if you're interested in company for shared direction." Father Ezekiel acknowledged her greeting with respectful recognition of her commercial position, while shaking his head regarding travel compatibility. "I journey toward County Crossing, seeking members of my scattered congregation. Would you have encountered the Sullivan family recently? Elderly woman with adult grandchildren traveling from Hartwell, approximately 1 month past." The trader's expression shifted toward recognition, confirming information exchange potential before commercial dismissal. "Arranged passage for them myself about 5 weeks back. Delivered them safely to County Crossing, despite minor raider activity along the southeastern approach." The young man, Thomas, mentioned potential continuation toward Covenant, depending on his grandmother's medical response. This confirmation bolstered Father Ezekiel's confidence regarding his current direction. while the repeated mention of covenants strengthened his belief that scattered parishioners might indeed be attempting consolidation at that location. He reached into his satchel, producing a small collection of caps alongside preserved mud fruit as payment for valuable confirmation. "Your information gives direction to faith," he expressed with genuine appreciation. "Would you carry message to County Crossing if your route returns there soon? I follow behind the Sullivans, but would have them know their pastor continues searching for reunion." The trader accepted his modest payment with professional acknowledgement rather than emotional engagement, evaluating offered caps with quick assessment before securing them in transaction pouch. 3 weeks minimum before we circuit back toward County Crossing. Message might arrive after you do at that timeline. Better save your caps for more immediate needs, Father. Their interaction concluded with practical efficiency, characteristic of wasteland commerce, limited to necessary exchange without social extension that might delay respective journeys. The caravan continued its plodding progress in opposite direction, while Father Ezekiel resumed his solitary path with renewed confidence regarding destination accuracy, if not family condition or specific location. The afternoon brought gradual landscape transformation as he continued northward, wooded areas yielding to more open terrain, where agricultural potential had encouraged settlement development despite persistent radiation concerns. Father Ezekiel recognized approaching County Crossing territory from previous missionary circuits years earlier, though settlement boundaries had likely evolved during intervening period as population fluctuated, with characteristic Commonwealth instability. Movement in peripheral vision caught his attention. Subtle disturbance among roadside vegetation, suggesting deliberate concealment rather than natural wildlife activity. Father Ezekiel maintained steady pace while adjusting walking stick position for potential defensive application, his expression remaining calm despite internal alertness. Wasteland travel required constant awareness without projecting fearfulness that might encourage predatory response from human observers, evaluating potential vulnerability. "No need for concern, Father," came voice from concealed position, followed by gradual emergence of young woman in settlement security attire. Practical clothing, supplemented with makeshift protective elements and modest weaponry. County Crossing maintains perimeter watch against potential threats. Your approach pattern registered as non-hostile, but protocol requires verification before settlement entry. Father Ezekiel acknowledged this security measure with respectful understanding, recognizing legitimate protection requirements rather than responding with offense at potential suspicion. "I seek medical confirmation regarding parishioners who arrived approximately 1 month past Sullivan's family, including elderly Miriam, requiring respiratory treatment. Information suggests they reached your settlement safely and potentially continued toward Covenant afterward." The security watcher's expression shifted toward recognition, confirming information accuracy before official response. "The Sullivans received treatment here for several weeks. Departed perhaps 10 days ago when Miriam's condition stabilized sufficiently for continued travel. Settlement records would contain specific medical details if relevant to your inquiry." This timeline confirmed both their survival and recent movement, narrowing Father Ezekiel's pursuit pattern while suggesting potential interception if his journey continued directly toward Covenant, rather than lingering at County Crossing. However, professional thoroughness suggested value in confirming specific details before continuing potentially unnecessary distance if alternate destination had been selected during their convalescence period. "I would appreciate examining those records if permitted," he requested, maintaining respectful recognition of settlement autonomy regarding information access. My ministry continues despite congregation dispersal. Medical details might guide appropriate spiritual support upon reunion. The security watcher considered briefly before nodding agreement. Settlement administrator makes final determination regarding record access, but clergy typically receive professional courtesy in such matters. Follow established path towards central structures. Administrative building identified by Commonwealth Minutemen flag displayed above entrance. County Crossing presented more substantial development than Hartwell, its longer establishment and superior agricultural position having permitted population stability, supporting permanent structures, and limited infrastructure development. Unlike Diamond City's crowded urban concentration or smaller settlements' temporary appearance, this community had achieved intermediate status, neither major Commonwealth power nor merely transient gathering, but established presence, with sufficient stability to support specialized functions beyond immediate survival requirements. The administrative building occupied converted pre-war structure, whose original function had likely been local government given its central position and distinctive architectural elements. Inside, organization reflected settlement priorities, practical record-keeping rather than bureaucratic complexity, functional work areas rather than status-oriented office arrangements, emphasis on resource management documentation over political positioning, typical of larger communities like Diamond City. Administrator Chen represented this pragmatic approach in personal presentation. Neither uniformed authority figure nor charismatic leader, but practically competent organizer whose position derived from demonstrated management capability rather than political maneuvering or forceful personality. Her attention focused on Father Ezekiel with professional assessment. As settlement guard explained his information request, the Sullivans received standard documentation during their stay, she confirmed, after consulting organized record system maintained despite limited technological support. Medical section contains treatment details regarding Miriam's respiratory condition, nothing immediately life-threatening but requiring consistent medication management beyond capabilities at their previous location. She retrieved specific documentation with efficient familiarity, reviewing content before sharing relevant information. Treatment proved effective, with significant improvement noted approximately 3 weeks after arrival. Departure occurred following medical clearance with sufficient medication provided for continued management during expected travel duration to Covenant. Settlement contribution arranged through labor exchange rather than cap payment. Thomas assisted with defensive reinforcement, while Rebecca supported educational activities for settlement children. This information provided valuable context beyond mere confirmation of presence and departure, evidence of both physical recovery and community integration during their residency, suggesting positive adjustment to displacement rather than traumatic deterioration. The educational reference regarding Rebecca particularly interested Father Ezekiel, as she had served similar function within St. Matthew's community before its dispersal. Did they mention others from St. Matthew's possibly gathering at Covenant? He inquired, seeking confirmation of potential congregation reunification rather than merely family relocation. I've received information suggesting possible community re-establishment rather than permanent dispersal. Administrator Chen consulted separate documentation section, visitor registration rather than medical records, before responding with professional thoroughness. Thomas Sullivan mentioned approximately 15 former parish members had established communication regarding potential gathering at Covenant, with arrival timeline distributed across 2-month period, depending on individual circumstances and travel conditions. No definitive settlement arrangement confirmed, but coordinated assessment of potential community re-establishment planned once sufficient members reunited. This confirmation transformed Father Ezekiel's personal search into more significant possibility. not merely locating scattered individuals, but potentially participating in congregation restoration, his ministerial purpose finding renewed expression through community reconstitution rather than concluded by raider disruption. The information brought both practical direction and spiritual rejuvenation to his continuing journey. "Your assistance provides both guidance and hope," he expressed with genuine appreciation that transcended formal courtesy. "Would settlement accept modest donation toward medical supplies in appreciation for care provided to my parishioners?" Administrator Chen considered this offering with practical assessment rather than automatic acceptance or rejection. Medical supplies consistently remain priority resource regardless of current inventory levels. Donation would be appropriately documented and allocated, specifically toward respiratory treatment capabilities that served Miriam Sullivan and might benefit others with similar conditions. Father Ezekiel reached into his satchel, producing small collection of medical items gathered through exchange during his journey. Limited but valuable contribution representing genuine appreciation rather than obligatory payment. Administrator Chen accepted with appropriate documentation, maintaining professional record keeping that characterized settlement operations while acknowledging contribution value with respectful recognition. With information confirmed and appreciation expressed, Father Ezekiel accepted settlement's offer of overnight accommodation before continuing journey toward Covenant the following morning. The modest quarters provided, converted storage room furnished with practical simplicity rather than either deprivation or luxury, offered welcome opportunity for proper rest beyond the limited security possible during wilderness camping. Evening brought opportunity for contributing to settlement life through religious service, offered for those residents interested in spiritual perspective, not mandatory gathering, but voluntary assembly of individuals seeking perspective beyond immediate survival concerns. Father Ezekiel conducted this impromptu ministry with the comfortable familiarity developed through decades of wasteland service, offering message of resilience and purpose that acknowledged harsh reality while preserving hope beyond mere continuation. Our faith finds meaning not despite devastation, but through our response to it, he shared with the small gathering of perhaps 15 residents who had chosen to attend. We build not what was lost, but what might yet be truly communities, founded on shared purpose rather than merely shared survival. The Commonwealth offers not merely existence, but opportunity for demonstrating human capacity for renewal, even amid apparent ending. This message nor rests neither blind optimism denying devastation nor cynical surrender to meaninglessness, resonated with those who had chosen to build established community rather than merely surviving through isolation or exploitation. Their expression suggested recognition of articulated purpose already guiding their efforts, even without specific religious framework. The settlement itself representing practical implementation of philosophical position, a Father Ezekiel expressed through spiritual terminology. Morning brought departure preparation, accompanied by settlement's practical assistance, limited supply contribution alongside route guidance, reflecting current intelligence regarding conditions between County Crossing and Covenant. Administrator Chen personally provided security update, indicating relatively stable passage currently possible, following recent Minutemen patrol activity that had temporarily suppressed raider operations along primary approach route. "Travel safely, Father," she offered as parting acknowledgement. "Your parishioners spoke highly of your ministry during their residence here. Communities require practical foundation, but flourish through purpose beyond mere continuation. Your work contributes necessary perspective even for those not sharing specific beliefs. This professional recognition of ministerial value, acknowledging contribution without personal adoption, represented Commonwealth's pragmatic tolerance at its most effective implementation. Father Ezekiel received it with appropriate appreciation before beginning the final section of his journey toward potential congregation. The path toward Covenant presented more challenging terrain than previous travel sections, requiring navigation through partially collapsed highway sections where centuries of neglect had created unpredictable passage conditions. Father Ezekiel moved with careful attention to secure footing, rather than concerning himself with precise timeline, understanding that safe arrival served ministerial purpose better than swift journey, culminating in injury that might prevent effective service upon reunion. Midday rest occurred beneath partially intact highway overpass, providing both shade and strategic position, allowing clear observation before continuing. As Father Ezekiel consumed modest meal from carried supplies, he reflected on journey's progression. From initial departure from abandoned chapel through successive information gathering across Commonwealth settlements, each confirmation bringing him closer to scattered congregation while demonstrating their resilience through adversity. The physical search had become spiritual pilgrimage, not merely locating displaced individuals, but honoring commitment that transcended comfortable ministry within secure settlement. The raider attack that had dispersed St. Matthew's community had not destroyed their connection, but merely transformed its expression, requiring renewed dedication rather than concluding pastoral responsibility. Afternoon brought first distant sighting of Covenant, the distinctive walls surrounding repurposed pre-war housing development visible against the horizon line, well before settlement details became apparent. Father Ezekiel observed this destination with mixed anticipation. Hope for congregation reunification balanced against uncertainty regarding actual conditions he might encounter after weeks of following information trail across Commonwealth territory. As distance gradually diminished, settlement details emerged with increasing clarity. The unusually intact perimeter wall distinguishing Covenant from most Commonwealth communities, its uniform structure suggesting pre-war construction maintained through consistent effort rather than haphazard post-war assembly. The approach road remained better preserved than most wasteland routes, compared to unusually civilized appearance compared to typical settlement environment. Covenant's entrance presented another distinctive characteristic: formal checkpoint rather than informal security watch, suggesting organized admission protocols beyond standard settlement practices. Father Ezekiel approached this entrance with unhurried openness, maintaining transparent presence that allowed proper assessment before interaction began, with uniformed guard whose appearance suggested systematic security rather than merely practical defense. "Welcome to Covenant," the guard greeted with unusual formality compared to typical Commonwealth settlement reception. "First-time visitors must complete entrance interview before admission. Approval. Are you seeking temporary accommodation or specific individuals within our community?" Father Ezekiel presented his clerical identification with calm assurance, developed through decades navigating various settlement protocols. "I seek members of St. Matthew's Parish, displaced from settlement near Greenbrook approximately 4 months past. Information suggests several families, including the Sullivans, may have gathered here recently. I served as their minister before raider dispersal." The guard consulted a clipboard containing resident registry before responding with confirmation that transformed Father Ezekiel's faithful journey into fulfilled purpose. The Sullivan family arrived 12 days ago, joining approximately 20 other individuals identifying themselves as St. Matthew's congregation members. They've established temporary accommodations within Southeast Residential Section, pending permanent arrangement determined. This confirmation, 20 parishes already gathered with more potentially en route, represented remarkable success against wasteland probability. Father Ezekiel received this information with quiet gratitude, transcending mere satisfaction at journey completion. The spiritual significance of congregation preservation through combined effort, representing faithful endurance beyond mere physical survival. As entrance procedures completed with efficient thoroughness characteristic of covenant operations, Father Ezekiel prepared to reunite with scattered congregation now gathering toward potential restoration. His journey had covered significant physical distance, while demonstrating spiritual principles central to his lifelong ministry. Faith, expressed through persistent action rather than merely comforting sentiment. Commitment, demonstrated through practical endurance rather than abstract declaration. The Commonwealth afternoon stretched before him as he entered Covenant's secured perimeter, golden light illuminating unusually intact structures housing those he had traveled so far to find. His expression reflected quiet joy appropriate to realized purpose rather than concluded obligation. Not journey's end, but ministry's continuation through demonstration of faithful commitment that had matched his congregation's own determined resilience. While Father Ezekiel reunited with his congregation in the protective walls of Covenant, elsewhere in the Commonwealth, a different kind of spiritual gathering took place amidst the ruins of an old church. By moonlight filtering through shattered stained glass, a weary preacher prepared to deliver what might be his final sermon to a small group of survivors, his words offering hope, even as raiders moved through the darkness beyond. As our faithful cleric finds his scattered flock, our next tale beckons from a skeletal church where one last message of grace might turn violence aside. Join us for the last sermon. Night descended upon the Commonwealth with gentle inevitability, stars emerging one by one against the darkening canvas of sky. Clouds drifted in wispy formations, occasionally obscuring the waxing moon before continuing their silent journey across the heavens. The temperature dropped with subtle gradation, bringing the characteristic evening coolness that offered momentary respite from daytime radiation without the bitter chill of deepest night. Below on this celestial tableau stood the remains of St. Clement's Church, a pre-war structure that had weathered atomic devastation with surprising resilience. Its stone walls remained largely intact, despite 2 centuries of neglect, though the once majestic spire had partially collapsed, creating a jagged silhouette against the night sky. Stained glass windows, once vibrant with color and religious imagery, now existed as fragmented mosaics. Some sections miraculously preserved, while others had yielded to time and weather, leaving skeletal lead frameworks framing emptiness. Moonlight filtered through these broken windows, casting colorful patterns across the church's interior, blues and reds and golds, illuminating dust motes that danced through still air. The effect transformed the ruined sanctuary into something almost ethereal, a space existing between devastation and beauty, between what had been lost and what might yet be found amid the wreckage of the old world. Reverend Malcolm Ward moved with quiet deliberation through this transformed space, preparing for what he had come to believe would be his final sermon. At 67, he had served as a traveling preacher across the Commonwealth for nearly 4 decades, bringing spiritual solace to scattered communities, while witnessing both the harshness and unexpected grace possible in post-nuclear existence. Age had bent his once tall frame slightly forward and etched deep lines across his weathered face. Yet his eyes retained remarkable clarity, the gaze of someone who had seen tremendous suffering without surrendering to despair. His modest congregation had begun gathering shortly after sunset, a small collection of wasteland travelers and nearby settlers drawn by word that Reverend Ward would offer evening service at the old church. They numbered only 11 souls in total, their attendance representing not mass religious revival, but individuals seeking amid collective hardship. Some had journeyed specifically for this occasion, having encountered the Reverend during his previous circuits and found value in his unique spiritual perspective. Others had arrived by chance, their wasteland wanderings intersecting with this moment of communal reflection. Among them sat Eliza, an elderly woman who had survived the war itself, though she had been merely a child when the bombs fell. Her memories of the world before existed as fragmentary impressions rather than coherent narrative. Fleeting images of suburban comfort, interspersed with the chaotic terror of vault evacuation when systems had failed decades later. At 84, she represented living connection to the lost world, though that connection grew increasingly tenuous as radiation-induced illness gradually claimed her remaining strength. Nearby, James and Sarah Harper maintained protective position around their 10-year-old son Michael, a family unit remarkable in Commonwealth conditions, where complete nuclear families remained uncommon amid the hardships that separated parents from children with tragic frequency. Their expressions reflected the characteristic vigilance of wasteland parents, attention divided between spiritual seeking and constant environmental assessment, never fully surrendering alertness, even in seemingly secure situations. Damien, a young scavenger perhaps 20 years old, occupied position nearest the door, his body language suggesting both interest in the gathering's purpose and readiness for rapid departure if circumstances required. Unlike most present, he wore no visible weapon, having surrendered his piped pistol to the makeshift weapons check. Reverend Ward had established outside a simple lockbox with promise of return upon departure, creating symbolic separation between violence and sanctuary, without naive denial of wasteland realities. The remaining attendees presented similar study in Commonwealth diversity. A ghoul whose radiation-ravaged features concealed gentle personality. A former caravan guard whose injuries had ended traveling career. A young woman whose vault suit suggested recent emergence into surface conditions. And 3 settlers from nearby homesteads who maintained tenuous agricultural existence amid hostile conditions. Their collective presence represented uncommon gathering in territory where isolation often provided greater security than community. Reverend Ward completed his preparations at the remains of the altar, a simple wooden table salvaged from church debris and positioned beneath relatively intact section of roof where moonlight streamed through collapsed ceiling beams. Upon this humble surface he placed 3 candles in makeshift holders, formed from preserved food tins, their flames providing warm illumination that complemented the cooler moonlight filtering through broken windows. Beside them lay his most precious possession, a Bible that had remained his constant companion throughout decades of wasteland ministry, its cover worn smooth by countless readings, pages marked with notations documenting spiritual insights discovered amid apocalyptic aftermath. "Friends and fellow travelers," he began, his voice carrying the gentle resonance developed through years of outdoor sermons where electronic amplification remained unavailable luxury. "We gather in this remnant of faith, stones that have outlasted their builders, windows that still capture heaven's light despite their brokenness. Space that remains sacred, not through consecration, but through our intention to seek meaning amid seeming meaninglessness." His opening acknowledged their environment without pretending restoration to pre-war conditions. neither denying the devastation surrounding them, nor surrendering to mere survival mentality that abandons spiritual seeking as irrelevant luxury. This balanced perspective had defined his ministry throughout its long duration, offering neither false comfort of imminent restoration nor nihilistic surrender to atomic determinism. "I have walked Commonwealth paths for nearly 40 years, he continued, his tone conversational rather than declarative, sharing experience rather than pronouncing doctrine. When I began this journey, I carried certainties, adopted from those who trained me, beliefs about divine purpose in devastation, cosmic judgment through atomic fire, redemption awaiting those who endured with proper faith. Tonight, I offer not certainties but questions that have proven more valuable than answers, inquiries that have sustained spirit through territory where rigid doctrines shattered against unyielding reality." The small congregation attended with varied expressions, some leaning forward with evident hunger for spiritual perspective, others maintaining respectful attention without surrendering skeptical reserve appropriate to wasteland existence where false promise often accompanied genuine threat. Reverend Ward observed these responses with the practiced awareness of experienced ministry, neither demanding uniform reception nor diluting message to avoid potential disagreement. The first question sustaining this journey asks not why devastation occurred, but how we respond to the world we actually inhabit, he shared, moving from behind the simple altar to stand among rather than before his congregation. "The atomic fire fell upon the just and unjust alike. Radiation transforms believer and non-believer with equal indifference. Radio bullets pierce flesh regardless of spiritual condition. Yet within these common hardships, we make uncommon choices. To protect or exploit, to share or hoard, to build or merely consume what others built before us." Moonlight shifting through broken windows created subtle movement across the gathering, illuminating faces in gentle transformation that emphasized shared humanity, despite their diverse origins and experiences. This natural phenomenon seemed to underscore the Reverend's message, common light falling upon uncommon individuals, each receiving and reflecting it according to their position and nature. The second question asks what remains sacred when temples fall and rituals fade from living memory, he continued, gesturing toward their surroundings with respectful acknowledgement rather than dismissive reference. "These stones were shaped by human hands to honor divine presence, yet that presence never depended upon perfect architecture or unbroken windows. The sacred dwells not in buildings but in moments, when stranger shelters stranger despite scarcity, when forgiveness interrupts vengeance despite justification, when beauty is created despite seeming futility of impermanent art." As he spoke, subtle sounds from beyond the church walls registered among the more vigilant congregation members. Distant movement, suggesting activity along the road passing near their location. Reverend Ward noted their shifting attention without interrupting his message, understanding the necessary hypervigilance that characterized wasteland existence, while maintaining his commitment to completed ministry despite potential external concerns. The third question explores not whether hope exists, but where we discover it amid experiences that seem to contradict its possibility, he offered, moving toward Eliza, whose pre-war memories connected their gathering to world lost beyond recovery. "Hope rises not from denial of devastation, but from witness to persistence. Gardens growing in irradiated soil, communities forming despite divisive pressure, knowledge preserved through generations without formal institutions of learning." He rested his hand briefly on Eliza's shoulder, gesture of connection between spiritual guide and living history, acknowledgement of both wisdom gained and suffering endured through her extraordinary lifespan. Her expression reflected complicated response, gratitude for recognition, alongside the weariness of one who had witnessed too many failed restorations to embrace optimism without significant qualification. The external sounds grew marginally more distinct, suggesting multiple individuals moving with attempted stealth rather than casual travel. The characteristic approach pattern of those planning ambush rather than seeking peaceful interaction. Several congregation members exchanged knowing glances, their bodies subtly shifting toward potential defensive positions without disrupting the service through premature alarm. Reverend Ward observed these preparations with the calm assessment of one who had conducted ministry under threatening conditions throughout his long service. Our final question asks not what divine intervention might transform our circumstances, but how divinity already manifests through our simplest acts of shared humanity, he continued, voice maintaining steady cadence despite increasing evidence of potential threat. When we encounter a stranger on Wasteland Road, when we share limited resources rather than protecting abundance, when we preserve knowledge for those not yet born, these moments transcend mere survival to approach sacred territory. The young scavenger Damien rose quietly from his position near the door and moved with careful step toward the Reverend, leaning close to whisper urgent confirmation of external threat assessment. Raiders, Reverend. At least 6, possibly 8. They're establishing position around the church. Typical ambush formation for traveler targeting. Reverend Ward acknowledged this information with slight nod while maintaining outward composure for the benefit of congregation members who had not yet recognized potential danger. His expression reflected not panic but measured acceptance, recognition of wasteland reality without surrender to its most destructive patterns. When he continued speaking, his message acknowledged changed circumstances without abandoning spiritual purpose that had gathered them initially. Dear friends, it appears our communion faces earthly interruption, he stated with calm directness that respected their capacity to face reality without creating unnecessary alarm. Individuals with presumed hostile intent have surrounded our sanctuary. Before addressing immediate practical concerns, allow me to complete the message that may represent my final formal ministry among you. This transparent acknowledgement triggered neither panic nor immediate defensive response, but gradual preparation. Parents drawing children closer, former caravan guards shifting toward position offering better defensive coverage, elderly Eliza being gently assisted toward more protected location near remaining stone wall. The congregation demonstrated the balanced response characteristic of Commonwealth survivors, neither ignoring legitimate threat nor abandoning communal purpose at first sign of potential danger. Throughout decades of ministry, I have witnessed both terrible cruelty and extraordinary compassion emerging from these difficult conditions. Reverend Ward continued, his voice strengthening rather than diminishing as he approached his conclusion. I have buried innocent victims of senseless violence, while also celebrating unexpected generosity from those with least material abundance to share. This paradoxical witness leads not to simple conclusion, but to recognition that our choices, moment by moment, day by day, determine whether devastation defines us or merely describes our circumstances. Outside, the raiders had completed their encirclement of the church building, their occasional whispered communications barely audible through broken windows and partial walls. Their approach suggested professional coordination rather than chaotic aggression. Planned operation targeting traveler gathering rather than random violence, motivated by chemical dependency or irrational hatred. This tactical approach indicated greater threat alongside potential opportunity for reasoned interaction, rather than merely reflexive conflict. Ask them whether we do. As we prepare to address our immediate situation, remember that even those who threaten us remain human, despite choices that diminish their humanity, the Reverend offered, moving toward his modest belongings gathered near the altar. Their actions warrant appropriate defense, without requiring dehumanizing response. We protect without becoming what we defend against. Maintaining moral distinction even when practical circumstances permit little visible difference in immediate action. This perspective, neither naive pacifism nor vengeful militarism, but principled protection, represented the balanced approach Reverend Ward had developed through decades of Wasteland ministry. His theology acknowledged legitimate defense without sanctifying violence, recognized threat without demonizing those whose circumstances had channeled them toward predatory existence. This nuanced position offered neither simple application nor emotional satisfaction, but maintained ethical framework amid conditions that constantly eroded moral boundaries. From beneath his ministerial garments, Reverend Ward retrieved small automatic pistol, 10mm weapon maintained in excellent condition despite its evident age. The congregation observed this preparation without surprise or moral confusion, understanding the practical reality that Wasteland ministry required physical protection alongside spiritual guidance. His handling demonstrated both familiarity and reluctance, competent preparation without enthusiastic embrace of potential violence. "I will attempt communication before conflict," he informed the gathered community, his tone suggesting practical protocol rather than merely hopeful aspiration. "James, your combat experience suggests tactical coordination role. Please arrange defensive positions utilizing available cover. Sarah, your medical training may prove necessary regardless of outcome. Prepare what supplies you have available. Others, secure positions, according to James's direction, while maintaining awareness of secondary exit through vestry if retreat becomes necessary." This calm organization transformed potential victims into coordinated community with shared purpose beyond mere survival. Exactly the transformed perspective his ministry had consistently encouraged throughout its long duration. Without excessive haste or evident panic, congregation members assumed recommended positions and functions, creating effective response pattern despite their limited numbers and diverse backgrounds. Reverend Ward moved toward main entrance with deliberate pace, positioning himself where visibility allowed observation without creating vulnerable target. When he spoke, his voice projected with practiced clarity, developed through years of outdoor sermons delivered without technological amplification. "To those surrounding this sanctuary, I extend greeting and invitation to peaceful interaction," he called, words directed toward raider physicians, without specifying exact knowledge of their locations. "We gather for spiritual purpose rather than material gain. The church contains nothing of significant value beyond the lives present, lives that have right to journey unmolested through Commonwealth territory." Momentary silence followed this address before response emerged from Raider, apparently serving leadership function. The voice carried characteristic wasteland harshness tempered by unexpected articulation, educated diction suggesting background beyond typical Raider recruitment patterns. "Touching sermon, Reverend. Almost regret interrupting before the collection plate made its rounds." Sarcastic tone partially masked tactical communication, words intended to focus attention while raiders adjusted positions. "Unfortunately, spiritual fulfillment doesn't keep my people fed or equipped. Your congregation represents significant resource value, packs, weapons, supplies, possibly captives worth reasonable ransom to appropriate settlements. This response confirmed professional operation rather than merely opportunistic violence. Calculated assessment of potential gain against resistance capability. Reverend Ward recognized negotiation possibility within these parameters, though limited by fundamental difference in value systems, rather than merely resource disagreement. Your tactical assessment overlooks significant factors, he responded, maintaining conversational tone that neither escalated through challenge nor submitted through obvious fear. Several congregation members have extensive combat experience. Our position offers defensive advantage despite your superior numbers. Potential gains would come with costs you may find unacceptable when alternatives exist. Inside, James had efficiently organized available defenders, positioning the former caravan guard near western window where moonlight would disadvantage attacking forces, establishing fallback positions utilizing remaining stone columns as cover, creating defensive depth that maximized their limited personnel. His military background manifested through calm competence rather than aggressive posturing, protection-oriented rather than vengeance-motivated. Alternatives. The raider leader's voice carried skeptical interest rather than immediate dismissal. Commercial negotiation rather than merely hostile confrontation. Unless you're suggesting divine intervention, I see limited options beyond surrender or resistance. Neither serves your interests particularly well, given our established position and superior firepower. Reverend Ward recognized genuine negotiation opening beneath superficial bravado. Assessment of potential arrangements that might satisfy raider resource requirements without requiring violence against gathered congregation. His response maintained dignity without sacrificing practical recognition of their vulnerable position. We propose resource sharing rather than resource surrender, he offered, specific terminology acknowledging legitimate needs without conceding predatory justification. Our gathered supplies would partially address your requirements without creating innocent casualties or establishing blood debt that would follow your group throughout regional settlements. The Commonwealth has sufficient challenges without adding unnecessary conflict among potential allies. This framing, presenting resolution as mutual benefit rather than merely avoiding harm, reflected sophisticated conflict de-escalation developed through decades managing wasteland tensions. The spiritual leader demonstrated practical wisdom alongside theological perspective, addressing immediate situation through balanced approach that neither ignored material reality nor surrendered ethical framework. Silence followed this proposal, tactical consideration rather than outright rejection. The raiders' position offered significant advantage, but not without potential costs that rational leadership would necessarily evaluate against proposed alternative. Wasteland operations required resource calculation beyond merely immediate acquisition, including reputation consequences and potential retaliation that might follow excessive violence against non-threatening targets. Specific proposal. The leader's response suggested legitimate consideration rather than merely delayed aggression. Conceptual sharing offers little practical basis for agreement. Inside, the congregation maintained defensive readiness while recognizing potential resolution through negotiation rather than conflict. Their expressions reflected the complex reality of Commonwealth existence, neither naive expectation of moral transformation nor cynical assumption of inevitable violence, but measured assessment of human unpredictability within established behavioral patterns. Half our food supplies, available medical items excepting those needed for our elderly, and 200 caps, Reverend Ward proposed, specific quantities demonstrating serious engagement rather than merely delaying tactic. In exchange for unhindered departure when morning arrives, materials transferred at first light, preventing night movement that might disadvantage either party through miscommunication or environmental hazard. This arrangement acknowledged raider resource needs while maintaining core protection of congregation members, compromised that neither surrendered essential safety nor ignored legitimate requirements motivating raider operations. The proposal's specificity demonstrated trustworthy engagement rather than manipulative deception, establishing potential relationship beyond merely transactional interaction. Consultation noises emerged from raider positions, whispered discussions suggesting legitimate consideration rather than predetermined rejection. The leader's voice eventually responded with counter-proposal that maintained negotiation framework rather than escalating toward inevitable conflict. Food supplies acceptable. Medical items must include at least 2 stimpaks, regardless of elderly needs. We have wounded requiring treatment. Cap's requirement increases to 300 given our established tactical advantage. Agreement includes weapons retention by both parties without deployment unless terms violated. This response demonstrated rational self-interest rather than merely predatory opportunism. Significant distinction within Wasteland interaction patterns. Reverend Ward recognized potential agreement foundation rather than merely temporary delay of inevitable violence. His expression reflected cautious optimism, tempered by practical experience, with Wasteland unpredictability. Terms acceptable with verification provision, he responded, establishing accountability within mutual vulnerability. Visual confirmation of radar withdrawal to minimum half-mile perimeter before congregation departure. Staged implementation preventing either party claiming fulfillment without delivering promised considerations. The negotiation continued with decreasing tension. Specific arrangements regarding transfer mechanics, timing sequences, verification procedures that would protect both parties from potential betrayal. Throughout this process, Reverend Ward maintained the balanced perspective that had defined his ministry, neither demonizing raiders as irredeemable predators nor ignoring legitimate threat they represented, but engaging human complexity beneath behavioral patterns shaped by wasteland condition. As arrangement details finalized, the congregation gradually shifted from immediate defensive positions toward longer-term security arrangements appropriate for overnight presence within partial sanctuary. Their expressions reflected complicated response to unexpected development, relief regarding violence avoided, alongside recognition that resource surrender represented significant hardship for some members with limited supply. This complexity demonstrated mature Commonwealth perspective rather than simplistic emotional response. Recognition that imperfect resolution often represented best available outcome within constraining conditions. Reverend Ward returned to the altar area once initial agreement had been established, his manner suggesting ministerial continuation rather than merely practical resolution. The candles remained lit despite significantly reduced levels, their flames capturing both determination to continue spiritual purpose and recognition of material limitations affecting their gathered community. Our sermon continues despite interruption, he offered with gentle acknowledgement of changed circumstances without surrendering original purpose. Indeed, these developments illustrate rather than contradict our message, finding sacred possibility within profane conditions, maintaining humanity despite dehumanizing pressure, discovering alternative paths where conflict seems inevitable. The congregation gathered closer around the modest altar, defensive positioning relaxed though not abandoned. as reader presence remained reality requiring appropriate awareness. Their collective attention returned to spiritual consideration alongside practical circumstances. Integration representing exactly the balanced existence Reverend Ward had advocated throughout his Wasteland ministry. What we have witnessed demonstrates Commonwealth reality in its complex entirety, he continued, candlelight illuminating his weathered features with warm glow that emphasized humanity rather than merely age deterioration. Threat emerged alongside opportunity. Material needs created potential conflict resolved through recognition of shared humanity. Imperfect resolution nevertheless represents meaningful alternative to suffering that might otherwise have occurred. This interpretation, finding meaning within circumstances rather than merely enduring them, represented core theological approach that had sustained both minister and congregants through decades of wasteland challenges. Neither denying harsh reality nor surrendering to mere survival mentality, this perspective maintained human dignity within conditions that constantly threatened its diminishment. As night continues toward morning resolution, we balance vigilance with rest, caution with trust, preparation with acceptance, he advised, practical wisdom alongside spiritual guidance. Some maintain watch while others sleep. We protect without paranoia, trust without naivety, hope without delusion. The congregation arranged themselves accordingly. Watch rotations established, ensuring continuous security without demanding universal sleeplessness. Resources shared, addressing individual needs without ignoring collective requirements. Conversation offering both practical planning and merely anxious repetition of threat assessment. These arrangements demonstrated community functioning at its most effective implementation. Diverse individuals contributing according to capability, while receiving according to necessity. Reverend Ward maintained pastoral presence throughout night's progression, moving among congregants with appropriate attention to both spiritual condition and practical needs, offering personal conversation alongside general ministry, demonstrating integrated care that addressed full humanity rather than merely religious function. This comprehensive approach had characterized his Wasteland service throughout its duration. Recognition that spiritual health remained inseparable from physical well-being, emotional stability, and social connection within challenging conditions. Eliza, the elderly pre-war survivor, received particular attention as night deepened toward its middle hours. Her radiation-compromised health created additional vulnerability within already challenging circumstances, requiring both practical medical support and spiritual companionship, addressing mortality awareness without surrendering to fatalistic resignation. Their quiet conversation, partially visible to others through candlelight illumination but content remaining private, exchanged demonstrated the personalized ministry that had made Reverend Ward's service particularly meaningful throughout Commonwealth communities. "I've witnessed too many last sermons over too many years," she commented during one visible exchange, her voice carrying soft resignation tempered by gentle humor. "Though yours at least offers negotiated resolution rather than merely dramatic conclusion. Progress of sorts, I suppose." The Reverend acknowledged her perspective with respectful recognition of experience extending beyond his own considerable duration. The Commonwealth learned slowly, but not insignificantly. Even raiders increasingly recognize that sustainable existence requires something beyond merely predatory relation. Small victory, perhaps, but genuine nonetheless. As night gradually yielded toward pre-dawn illumination, the church interior transformed through subtle light progression. candles burning lower while natural illumination gradually increased through broken windows and partial roof. This transition created visual reminder of temporary nature affecting both their immediate circumstances and broader existence, periods ending while new possibilities emerged through natural progression rather than merely abrupt termination. Reverend Ward gathered the congregation as morning approach became evident, his manner suggesting both practical preparation and spiritual conclusion appropriate to their unusual circumstances. The raiders maintained positions outside according to negotiated arrangement, their occasional movement sounds confirming continued presence without indicating violation of established agreement. As we prepare for resolution, remember that our gathering's purpose transcends these specific circumstances, he offered, providing contextual meaning within immediate practical requirements. We sought spiritual perspective amid wasteland challenges. We encountered specific manifestation of those challenges. We discovered potential resolution through applied principles rather than merely abstract consideration. The sermon continues through our lived experience rather than concluding with formal address. This integration, theology manifested through practical application rather than merely theoretical proposition, represented the distinctive characteristic that had made Reverend Ward's ministry particularly valuable within Commonwealth conditions, neither retreating to abstract spirituality disconnected from survival requirements, nor surrendering transcendent perspective amid immediate pressures. His approach maintained balanced humanity when environmental factors constantly threatened its diminishment. Morning arrived with characteristic Commonwealth uncertainty, neither dramatically transformative nor merely continuation of previous conditions, but subtle shift offering both new challenges and fresh possibilities within ongoing existence. Sunlight penetrated broken windows in different pattern than moonlight had established, illuminating alternative aspects of their sanctuary while leaving others in shadow. This natural progression created visual metaphor for perspective shifts possible through continued endurance. Seeing familiar circumstances through fresh illumination rather than merely habituated perception. The resource transfer occurred according to negotiated protocol. Representatives from both groups meeting at established neutral position. Materials exchanged with professional efficiency rather than antagonistic posturing. Verification conducted with appropriate thoroughness without creating unnecessary provocation. Throughout this process, Reverend Ward maintained pastoral presence while James coordinated tactical aspects, ensuring congregation security remained priority concern, despite peaceful resolution trajectory. Your sermon almost makes me regret career choices, the reader leader commented, during brief direct interaction necessitated by negotiation implementation. His tone suggested genuine reflection beneath superficial sarcasm, recognition of alternative possibilities beyond established patterns without immediate capacity for transformative implementation. Regret serves little purpose without accompanying redirection, Reverend Ward responded, neither condemning established choices nor minimizing their harmful consequences. The Commonwealth offers multiple paths beyond merely predator or prey relationships. Your tactical intelligence and leadership capability might serve construction rather than merely acquisition. This exchange, brief yet potentially significant, demonstrated the ministerial perspective that had guided Reverend Ward's Wasteland service throughout its duration, neither expecting dramatic conversion nor dismissing transformative possibility. He offered perspective without demanding immediate application, recognizing human change occurred through incremental progression rather than merely radical disruption. as raiders withdrew according to negotiated arrangement, maintaining visible departure while congregation prepared their own movement toward diverse destinations. Reverend Ward conducted final blessing, appropriate to their unusual gathering circumstances. The church that had temporarily sheltered their communion stood in morning light, broken yet beautiful, diminished yet dignified, its partial structure continuing to serve spiritual purpose despite physical deterioration. May your journeys continue with purpose beyond merely destination, he offered, blessing encompassing both immediate travel safety and broader life direction. May you recognize sacred possibilities within profane conditions. May your responses to wasteland challenges preserve humanity rather than merely physical survival. May you find community amid isolation, meaning amid seeming chaos, hope amid experiences that appear to contradict its possibility. The congregation received this blessing with expressions reflecting their diverse spiritual conditions, some with evident acceptance of theological framework, others with respectful appreciation for ethical guidance, without necessarily embracing supernatural foundation, all unified through shared experience that had created temporary community amid wasteland. Their preparation for departure demonstrated integrated perspective Reverend Ward had consistently advocated, practical thoroughness alongside meaningful connection, material awareness without surrendering transcendent possibility. As individual departures commenced, congregation members following separate paths toward diverse destinations throughout Commonwealth territory. Reverend Ward remained within the church sanctuary, his manner suggesting completion without termination, conclusion without abandonment. This final vigil represented his ministry in microcosm, presence maintained without demanding attention, availability without requiring specific response. The morning sun continued its gradual ascent, illuminating the sanctuary with increasing clarity that revealed both deterioration and persistent beauty within its ancient structure. Dust motes danced through light beams penetrating broken windows, creating ephemeral patterns that appeared momentarily significant before dispersing into ordinary atmosphere. As Vance sat down, this natural phenomenon provided fitting visual accompaniment to Reverend Ward's theological perspective. Transcendent meaning temporarily visible within material conditions, spiritual significance emerging through ordinary existence rather than requiring extraordinary intervention. As he finally prepared for his own departure, gathering modest possessions representing 4 decades of wasteland ministry, Reverend Ward surveyed the sanctuary with appreciation untainted by sentimentality. His expression reflected balanced assessment, characteristic of mature spiritual perspective, recognition of both loss and continuation, ending and transition, conclusion and commencement. The sermon had ended while ministry continued. Formal address concluded while lived message persisted through those who had received it. The Commonwealth stretched before him as he departed, broken yet enduring, devastated yet developing, its harsh conditions offering both tremendous suffering and extraordinary possibility. His steps followed no particular destination, but rather continuing purpose, the journey representing ministry rather than merely transportation between fixed locations. Whether this truly represented his final formal sermon remained less significant than continuing witness offered through each interaction, each conversation, each moment where spiritual perspective illuminated material existence without denying its challenging reality. Sunlight illuminated the wasteland with characteristic Commonwealth ambivalence, neither wholly revealing nor completely concealing, but offering sufficient visibility for purposeful movement. amid persistent uncertainty. Reverend Ward walked with unhurried determination, his path continuing beyond immediate vision, just as his ministry extended beyond formal conclusion. Presence persisting through lives touched rather than merely moments witnessed. Message continuing through transformed perspective rather than merely remembered words. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.